Hello everyone, and welcome back to Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker. We're in patch 6.2 today. I hope everybody's doing well. Thanks so much for waiting. I was making toast. Because I rolled out of bed at the time that the stream was supposed to start. And you've taken me away from my cuddly dog just so I can play some more Final Fantasy. Good morning, good evening, wherever you are. We got more story content today. The plan is that we are essentially just doing the main quest line for patch 6.2 today, and I assume that will be what takes up the whole stream, as it usually does. And then, depending on how time goes, maybe we do the raid, but probably not. I assume that'll be its own stream next stream. Is it this one? Nice. Also, Scribblers, you said earlier in the chat, one of these days we'll get Mapo to do a limited time event. One of these days, tut. I've done multiple. But apparently, yeah, there's a Final Fantasy XI one going on. We should do that. We'll have to take a look. Arturu's Grand Endeavor questline. Okay. Am I up to that? Or has that been waiting for me? I've got multiple limited time events on stream. One of the most easiest ones to find, I think, is the Final Fantasy XVI one, because I put that in the thumbnail. That one in the thumbnail. There was some there's been multiple though that have been done on stream, but I wouldn't be able to tell you where they are. There was a big boat at Costa del Sol. That was one. Any reason I have my minimap all the way zoomed in all the time. Not all the time. It's only zoomed in right now. Usually I just zoom it in when I'm looking for something nearby. It moves. In search of Osdaya. Roshan has glad tidings to share. Excellent timing, Omega. Just a moment ago, I received word from the Ironworks. They've completed their task and are on their way with the reinforced warding scales. Similarly, our alchemists have also succeeded in creating an artificial Atomos. All is in readiness for our journey to the Void. I have instructed our comrades to gather at the Great Work. Let us head there at once. We're getting right into Void traversal today. I hope we're ready. Let's head to the Great Work and speak with Ishtola. Expect nothing less than super neat cosmetic rewards for a Tartaru questline. So that tracks. Maybe we'll look at that during the end parts of the Endwalker patch quests then. To thus create a voidsent, Hunnish alchemists are as clever as they are bold. No voice acting, no. There you are, Omega. I present to you the fruits of the alchemist's labor, the artificial Atomos. Though we've yet to put it to the proof, its ether is practically identical to that of the original. A truly remarkable feat in so short a time. Aye, our alchemists have outdone themselves yet again. Small wonder that they are the pride of Ratzadhan. I would express my gratitude to Nidhana, but it appears she isn't here. She rushed off after bringing the Atomos to attend to a pressing task, but said that she would return ere we set forth. Which should be shortly after our friends from the Ironworks arrive with the warding scales. Did someone say warding scales? Because it just so happens we have them. Nero is here as well. Right on cue. 'Tis good to see you all again. But for the President himself to attend. Keen to bear witness to our little experiment, are you? You know I am. I was there at the Crystal Tower, lest you forget. I wouldn't miss this for the world. You don't mind if we come along and see you off, I hope? It's thanks to these three that we could finish the work so quickly. 'Twas my painstakingly collected data that made the reinforcement possible. The scales will last a good 10 years in the Void with nary a hint of degradation. It's the ones who did the actual reinforcing, we guarantee their quality as well. They'll keep you safe. But enough bragging, here are the scales. With these, we can search my sister without fear of corruption. I know not how to repay you. Don't mention it. Midgard Sorma came to our rescue in the rift. It's the least we can do to help his children. Thank you. Well, my friend, my only regret is that I won't be able to accompany you on this latest grand adventure. Wait! Nidhana, is aught the matter? Before you depart, Your Excellency, there is something we wish to present to you. Will you please come with me? You would not delay us without good cause. Very well. Forgive me, my friends, but I require a moment. He's certainly taking his time. What sort of grand present could take so long to receive? The kind that'll help him in the void, I presume. In that god's forsaken place, he'll need all the help he can get. But you of all people ought to know that, eh? Maybe he's getting a fancy void outfit. We're still waiting. Oh my god. What's the deal?
My apologies for keeping you waiting.
Vritra, I presume.
Whoa! They aged him up for the void.
Indeed. This vessel now serves as a host for my eye.
Oh, a bit more than a new outfit.
I was aware that the alchemists were busy preparing something, but this...
We couldn't well send you on such a perilous mission unprepared, Your Excellency. We spared no effort in crafting the body, and I dare say you'll find it adept at wielding weapons and magics both. 'Twas our intent to present it to you sooner, but we could not bring ourselves to do so, knowing we could yet improve it further. Pray forgive us.
There is not to forgive. I am grateful for this fine vessel, and shall put it to good use. Again, I ask that you watch over Radzatan in my absence. The dangers we go to face are great and many, and I fear I will be unable to give matters here due attention. And in opening the Void Gate, there is ever risk that voidsent will find their way into our world.
Rest assured, we are more than prepared. Our soldiers have been training under Master Estinian. On my honor, we will not suffer a single fiend to pass. So, think only of your mission, Varshan. Ah, but seeing as this is a different body, perhaps we should use a different name.
Nay, Vashan shall suffice. Though I may have thus grown up, I am as ever a little brother to you all.
As you say, as you say. Go then, Vashan, and best of luck.
I have something for you as well. While you were gone, Urianger paid us a visit. As you may recall, he joined us on our foray into Alzadal's legacy, in part to conduct research for the Loperids. Research they were delighted to receive, and which has already inspired them to consider new ways to improve their own treasure vault. As a token of their gratitude, Livingway entrusted a familiar relic to Urianger.
Whoa.
Aye, the crystal, which showed the way to Meteon. The Loperids no longer have need of it, and thus saw fit to return it to us. Harboring the power of light, it could well aid us in our mission in the Void. And who better to bear Heidelin's gift than her chosen champion?
Not the music man.
there is nothing left to discuss, then let us depart. Our boat awaits us in Akyali.
I love that they were like, you're going into the void. We should probably give you a body that's a little more capable. The Sartrop and your fellows have already departed for the vault. You ready to set forth? The Weaver's warding. My research into cross-rift travel, this is a moment of truth for all those who helped us come this far. Let us pray we succeed. They've upgraded the Vault's Guardians to contend with voidsent, a task with which was made easier by the surplus of broken units. One could argue I did them a favor. It's like, hey, so it was actually a good thing that I destroyed all those Guardians, right? Because they made them stronger. Yes, good. Right, we're all here to watch the show, are we? An undersea vault guarded by alchemical sentries, such a place would be an ideal proving ground for new creations. It's not only us cheering you on, but the alchemists of old, too. Couldn't possibly fail. Like us, the alchemists have tremendous passion for their work. If we were to collaborate, I reckon we could achieve some great things. Good gods, but the treasure's here. If I were a thief, I wouldn't notice a void gate if it came and bit me in the rear. I must say, I'm beginning to feel nervous. He's so tall now.
I shall now lift the seal. In the name of Al-Zadal III, I cast open this door unto the void!
Go. Absorb the void gate.
He's getting big.
It worked. We should have no trouble passing through a gate of that size.
What can we expect to find after stepping through?
On my previous foray, I emerged in a castle swarming with voidsent. I was hopelessly outnumbered and forced to turn back. But together, I am confident we can hold our own. Upon our arrival, let us deal with any hostile entities and secure the area. The command of our mission, I leave in your capable hands. In the event of battle, I shall adapt my tactics to complement your own.
Should we require healing, I can provide it. 'Twould be a welcome change of pace from my recent havoc wreaking.
Take heart, my friends, and have faith. We will brave this broken world and rescue my sister Ajdaya.
Very nice. Let us walk through the gate. The Fell Court of Troya, now available. I love starting the game with a group activity. Great way to start the stream, honestly. So that's cool. Vishan would become part of the party, which is sick. No looking back. I shall keep my eyes ever forward and trust Radzadhan to my people. First time in a reflection or no, I can't say I'm feeling nervous, not after having journeyed to the edge of existence. True to our friend's words, the warding scales are eminently reinforced. We needn't fear corruption, even though we would be voided by voidsent. Even should we be wounded by voidsent. There we go. What a sentence. And we have a party of 8, so I'm gonna need to just remove a few. Apologies. I don't know whose job is who, because everybody is question marks, so forgive me. Don't take any of this personally. Every time I do this, I feel horrible. But we have a B team at the very least, so 2 people can run it. The Fell Court of Troya. Owing to the ingenuity of Harnish alchemists, you have succeeded in expanding the Void Gate and the Treasure Vault, and prepare to set forth on your mission to find Vitra's blood sister Azdaya in the 13th. Beyond the emptiness of the rift awaits a shadowed castle swarming with voidsent, and you steel yourselves for a hostile reception. Alright. Have I picked a team of people with the appropriate jobs? I don't know. Maybe. I think so. Alright. Are we ready to start? Lovely. Alright. A team and B team will run it. How's audio sound, by the way? Chat with my voice in the game. How far we've come, by the way, that traveling to another reflection, obviously there's been some story build up to it, but the fact that we are just casually traveling to another reflection for a dungeon, like, it was obviously a massive thing for this setup with Shadowbringers in the first, and now we're heading to the 13th, a reflection consumed by the darkness, instead of the first, which was the flood of light, which they prevented. It's crazy. We've just traveled to a reflection. Whoa, I'm in there. Whoa, I'm on TV. Oh. Yeah, actually true as well. Casually in a patch too. Hello, music. Troyan Scavenger. I love that there's just like these warped environments. Mortals, delicious mortals. I don't think I got an answer, so I'm just going to assume that the audio sounds good. Thank you, Philippe. It appears rats have wandered into my castle. Beatus. Tear them apart if you must. Their drifting ether will suffice. Dude, look at these designs. Your will be done. Evil Dreamer. Cleaning time. Eliminate the rats. Okay, we have a Beatus. Roast them whole. Oh, and then they come into the fight after that as well. Okay. Stubborn rats. Try this, try this. Then they join the fight as well. There is no escape. Milk every last drop of their ether. Milk! Oh yeah, we kill them. That makes sense. To avoid getting damaged. They damage themselves. Chat, we're getting milked? 7 in the morning. A bit early for that, guys. Evil dreamers, settle down. Different time zones for the evil dreamers. Very well then. Oh my god. Endless Nightmare. Oh god. Okay. I see. Forgive me, my lady. That thing was gross. Oh, dude. The outfits? Ah, we're getting ready to go to Halloween Town. Yeah, I'm taking that. Yeah, I'm taking that. Thank you. The void fits go crazy? Bruh. Oh man, the spire goes up into the clouds. Very good music. I love that they just stand there and wait for us to say hello. I'm gonna have to look at the armor drops for these dungeons. I feel like we need to do a dungeon farming stream where we just hit up all of the dungeons that have cool outfits. Because there's so many that we've run, and I'm like, ooh, that looks cool. We gotta run the Endwalker raids for their armor gear, naturally. Ooh, who's this? We'll take a look at this in a sec. History of a whole other reflection that we never got to experience is just crazy. Just the concept of the reflections in general, of course. Potential. A world that we could not save. Because the Ascians got a little too, they got a little too crazy. Just my big ass sword out of the way. Oh. Ah. That's Beatus then? The only portrait still standing? Oh, no, not the only one still standing. There's a couple of them. Wow. I forget about first person sometimes, then watch this. Bam! No HUD. Pretty sure that was the person that we saw in the distance. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. gonna be like, alright, we'll play the rest of the dungeon in first person. Take a look around. Playing the rest of the game in first person. Hello, is it time for dinner? Playing the game in first person is so stupid. Hey, where's my my VR Final Fantasy 14 experience? It's right here. What do you mean you can't see what's going on? There's absolutely someone out there that would be committed to doing a full first-person run. Why would you make the statues like that? Oh man, unless they weren't statues. Unless they weren't statues. Maybe they were turned to stone. The residents of the 13th, were they all giants? Actually, you know what? That makes so much sense. Look how fucking huge that chandelier is. I think we were this is a world of giants. But then, look at how small these candles are. I don't know. Maybe they had giants and tiny people. Because that's a tiny chair right there. But this is a big fucking room. How'd they get up there? Set piece is crazy. Oh my god, it's just casually the Junkler. Except it's just a normal enemy now. The Junkler returns. They do have petrification abilities, don't they? They absolutely do. Oh my god, Harry Potter chess set. Whenever I see like stone soldiers, I always go to the Philosopher's Stone like chess scene. She looks cool as fuck. Alright, here we go. Watch this. Now, the arrow keys, they still don't work for me with idle camera. And I used to not have an issue with being able to just switch scenes. Oh, it's tab. Chat, it is tab. Tab is how I can switch. It's giving me all of the angles of the back. I would like the front, please. I would like to see the design. Hey, would you like to see it from all the way up here behind a pillar? Hey, so is that your spine? Because what the hell? Can we get a shot from the front idle cam? What are we doing here? Does not want to show the front at all. There we go. Jesus. That's crazy. How good is that for a shot, though? This is what I'm gonna have to try and do more of when I'm gonna have to do more of this when I'm doing my dungeons, so I can get my good screenshot moment of screenshotting the bosses. All right, let's fight Beatus. That you should make it this far. No matter, I will devour you personally. First I'm getting milked, then I'm getting devoured by a giant woman. It's chat, focus! The 13th is crazy. What do they do here? Oh, is that petrification? Death foreseen. I have doom. The eye on the head, but then she's also got eyes in the back of her head. There's one on her back. Is that? Okay. My steak is too juicy, my lobster too buttery. I need to rearrange my hot bars soon. I need to rip the band-aid off and make myself unfamiliar with where I've put everything for a while, because it's getting to that point. Time to do some spring cleaning on the old hot bars. I've got Shadowbringer over here for some reason, you know. I'm starting to push past the boundaries. The Eye of Troya. Darkness begins to gather. I'm just looking away. I'm just looking away. Oh god. I'm looking away. Oh. Oh. Take that. I ain't looking. How can this be? How could you resist my gaze? Well, I mean, they're too strong. Someone else can devour them. Well, lady, you're gonna take me out to dinner first. Coolest thing that they have to think about when they create a whole ass reflection is they also have to give it kind of like the aesthetic. What? Because they're not exactly the same. You know, there's always that similarities, but it's a whole different society and culture. Alright, I think whoever ruled here was just like, I need big ass statues to worship me, see how cool I am. The chair is big enough for multiple. We've got some armrests on here. There's two more spots open on the chair here. Hop on the armrest, gamers. Yeah, you can. Yeah. Is there? You'd have to probably pick a different animation. There you go. You can see it. You can see it. You just unfortunately... There you go. Alright, that's... You're straddling that armrest. Kate has to pick... Okay. Up. 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 Is it good enough? It's good enough. Kate too small. Kate too small. We have satin chair. Perfect. So why am I think I'm just able to... I think I got away with it based on my placement. Oh, because I have sit on ground. It's sit on ground that I was using, yeah. So that's how I get away with it. Okay, behind the throne is the secret room. Given the size of, like, staircases and, you know, some of the environment, I think it's safe to say that I think the people here were normal-sized. What's this? Oh my god. I was so tired, and I was in a rush to get the stream started, that I forgot to open the stream with the fact that we're at episode 100! We're at stream 100, chat. It's been a journey, but we have hit a milestone of triple digits on the streams, and I am so grateful for all of you joining me on this adventure for so many years. It's been incredible. I didn't know if I would play this game, even as a massive Final Fantasy fan, and I can't believe that I am so privileged to be able to run it and also capture my entire journey and have people come with me along the way. So thank you so much for watching and enjoying this one. Patch 6.2 being our stream 100 celebration. I appreciate you guys so much. So cool. It feels like only yesterday I returned to the game, still playing Heaven's Ward after a couple-year break. Like stream 20, you know? It's been crazy. And I hope I get to reach Evercold by the time that it comes out, and we get to go through that together. What are my thoughts on the game so far? My review in progress at stream 100 after this amount of playtime. What's the chat shortcut for is it just actual playtime? Or not? 28 days, 15 hours, 46 minutes of playtime. Which honestly, it's not that long. 672 hours plus 15, 687 hours, by the way. Which, for context, Marathon came out this year. And there's probably a lot of idle time in here, but Steam says that I have 326 hours in Marathon, and that came out this year. So I still, the amount that I've played of Final Fantasy XIV over the years with a couple of streams a week is rookie numbers. I need to, it's actually, I look at that and I go, I feel like it should be longer, but that is how much you can get done by doing these streams, you know? I gotta pick up the pace, it's rookie numbers. It's because I haven't been doing any relic grinding. We have Trojan Butlers. But yeah, my thoughts on the game 100 streams in is that it's fucking shit. As Meteon would have loved this place. You should meet Meteon. I've got a place that I think you would enjoy. Past is playing the game in a very smart way. Right-click follow, and, you know, you don't have to worry about checking when I move, when I stop to talk about something. Dude! This is such a great reuse of design! Oh my god. That's so sick. They also throw in the ultimate demons. How sick. It's the little things, but the game is so rewarding and stuff like this. When you recognize returning monster designs. So we are in the Garden of Epops. Epops. Well, you know, one of the coolest things about Final Fantasy anyway, trapped in my own domain. No, I don't want to be eaten. Wait, again? Oh. The really cool thing about Final Fantasy anyway that we all love is that whole concept of returning Final Fantasy monsters across all of the different games, you know, but being able to see it within this game itself.
So the gate did open again and delivered the most mouth-watering morsels.
Oh, oh.
I am Scarmelion, Archfiend of Earth and first of Golbez's circle.
Golbez's Circle of Four.
I will take and deliver you unto your grave.
Whoa, the music, dude. Wow. Oh, the guitar. Scarmiglione. Scarmiglione. So nice to see you. How you been, Scarmiglione? Yes, that's a good idle cam right there. Yes, yeah, that's just what I wanted to see right all the way over there. Yep, that's a good one. Hey, what you got going on in the back there? Hey, what's all that movement back there? This is gonna be my new favorite thing to do, by the way, is we're just gonna sit it on there with the idling camera, and you can blame scribblers.
Your ether is mine!
Alright, we got Parmigiana, mascarpone, scramligone.
Breathe deep of your death!
Bro. The walls rot and crumble. Okay. I assume don't touch the void in the outside.
My blade thirsts.
This absolutely feels like more of a classic theme that's getting like the Soken treatment. I'm like, is this gonna end up being one of those Final Fantasy things where it's like, oh god, 20k, where this is like a classic Final Fantasy monster redone, maybe? I don't know. A little bit of Final Fantasy 14 fan service again that I can't appreciate yet. I don't know. Reaping decay. I'm just gonna go. Okay. Necro Surf. Do I want... Okay, they just... There we go. It's like, when are you going to fight? Oh, man. Gravity. Yeah, that's the way that I've looked at Final Fantasy 14. Oh. 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 That's the way that I've looked at Final Fantasy 14, is like, once I get to where things come from, I can appreciate it in the opposite way. That's happened a lot with things on the channel. I just love that there's an attack that's called Brain Rot. So good. Afflicted with an accursed blight. I was a little too close. I was a little too close to that attack. That's my bad. That's my bad.
No, I will not be defeated by you.
Thank you. Me when I die. How is Cast with the tank stack, bro? I need to do provoke. I'm so sorry, Cast. I just assumed that if I would keep fighting as the tank with grid on, then it would just work. It's alright. I did provoke. Hey, wrong person. Wow. Apologies for dying there. I fixed my issue. That was a fearsome foe. Is that it? Who was that voidsent? Why don't I don't have this on a shortcut. What a pretty view. Absolutely can't deny that there's Uematsu aura. You can always kind of tell. Because it's the way that the song starts, I think. It always has that kind of, that feeling. You know, I should probably check the loot before I just leave. The long kilt of aiming.
This Scarmalione, he knew the gate had opened.
And not for the first time. He and his brethren must keep watch over the portal.
As we do ours, but to unflinchingly consume a fellow voidsent. Like men, perhaps they form factions and fight amongst themselves.
The question is, what will the minions do?
Your mistress is no more, and the one who consumed her we slew in turn. Do you still mean to try us?
I expect some voidsent are more intelligent than others. Perhaps these ones simply do not understand our words.
Even beasts ought to understand strength.
There is much we do not know about voidsent. If we are to survive their world, it would be wise to learn their ways.
Stinian's just beating his chest. Surely they understand this. As Italian, you can tell me two things. Names aren't really names, and the way they read them is sometimes weird. I read it weird on purpose. But yeah, they needed Italian accents. A yummy... Oh, no, I'm not going to do it. I can do an Italian accent, and for some reason, that was not it. Because I'm not logged in for that, right? I wasn't expecting Italian-named demon, so I'm not going to do the voice. It's in here somewhere. Not right now. Don't overthink it. We'll improvise as we go along.
If that is your preferred approach, then very well. I shall defer to your adventurer's intuition. I am here, sister. Finally here. And I will find you. I swear it.
Buried memory title card. Guardian should sound French. No, everyone is some variation of British. Doesn't matter. Or there will be a random Australian. It seems the minions are keeping their distance for now. Let's carry on. I never dreamed I would come this far. I can't thank you all enough for your cooperation. It'd be cool if you could just see the fiends floating in the distance. This castle should serve as a base of operations for now. Ere we set our sights elsewhere, let's see what there is to learn here. From this point onward, you will not encounter Aetherites for a while. Should you leave Troya Castle, you may return here via Weaver's Warding. You may now enter Fell Court of Troya with NPCs. Is this one of the first times that a dungeon has then become an explorable zone? Like, right after? How cool is that? We finish the dungeon, and then you don't, like, leave it and go back and then regroup. It's like, we establish a foothold and then push further in. Like, how cool. Nia raids did it first. Yeah, it would make sense with that being like Shadowbringers. I guess I'm talking about like main story, but that is a good shout. Yep. I was thinking of more like, yeah, from like a main story perspective of the fact that, yeah, you finish the dungeon, we regroup and then maybe we'll go back in. But like, Yeah, it's such a cool feeling. I think it's a really immersive way to handle it in the way, like I said, like we're going into unknown territory, we're working our way to a certain point, establishing a base of operations, and then kind of like pushing forward through that. So cool. I don't know how B team went, but hopefully you lot had a good time. I only got 7 with me, so they didn't forgive me for when I arranged the party. No way that you're not. They're not even enemies. That's what that sounds like. They're respecting our strength. They do talk. They do talk. Confirmed. You look tastier every time you walk by. So sorry, but I mustn't eat you. Rest in peace, headphone users. B forgot minimum item level. Why am I not surprised? This is huge, by the way. Like, I do assume that there's a level of we killed the current leaders of this place, and surely they respect that strength, Estinian. They're just so whimsical. They didn't ask to be in a world of void. Look. Ah, my mistress, what must I do to bask in your sublime gaze once more? Without a master to rule us, it won't be long before we start preying on one another, and the weak are the first to be devoured. I must find someone strong to serve, and quickly. It's just this, like, desperation of survival while being in the void. It's a great chance to be able to look at the designs up close without them trying to take off my head. Just casually riding my Hardy Daytona through a different reflection with a bunch of passive fiends and voidsent. I was thinking, as soon as I started seeing the fact that I could talk to him and they're not attacking me, I'm like, it is a moment of time. It is only a moment of time before I'm going to have a voidsent with a fucking quest that says, can you go and fetch me this flower? And here's your ether current. And I'm like, where? Hi, I don't think there's any ether current stuff in the patches, but it's just like... Fiend's gonna ask me to do some side quest. Wherever I turn, there's darkness as far as I can perceive. The only source of light here is ourselves. The opposite was true in the first. Warrior of Light, we're so back. It seems the minions are content to gawp for now. Let's carry on. Shadowed Remnants. You wish this was what Explorer mode actually was, walking around a non-hostile version of a fully populated instance. Oh, cool, because, is that for dungeons? That's like being able to, like, do Explorer mode for the timed instances? That would be cool to be able to just have the enemies there so you could look at them, because then you could have, think of the photo ops. You could do David Attenborough Final Fantasy XIV wildlife documentaries. And here, in her natural environment, is Beatus, too close and she'll want to devour you. And she'll summon floating heads that periodically throughout the day talk about how they want to milk you of your ether. Also, the GOAT, David Attenborough, made it to 100 years old. 100 years old, David Attenborough, Final Fantasy XIV, 100 streams. Coincidence? No. I am sustaining his life force. The warding scale exhibits no change. It should be safe to remain here and begin our search. But what with her now? I would sense as dire were she remotely near, but there is nothing. Might you not call for her? Let her know you have come. Alas, this vessel is not capable of calling across vast distances. For that, I require my true form. And even were it possible, a dragon's call is born upon ether. 'Tis liable to draw more voidsent to us. I see. Alright, I pose that we build a giant horn. And then you blow into it with a big toot, and it sends out a dragon call. How about that? In any case, there's little exploration to be done while we are confined to this isolated isle. I propose we begin by learning what we can from the castle's occupants. An understanding of their ways may prove useful to our cause. Very well. Let's hope a few of them are capable of speech. Oh, they are. I found that out. One wants to devour me. Let all remain vigilant while we go about our inquiries. We reconvene afterwards. At least this troller is here. I'm not the shortest one in the group. Rashan really was like, I'm going to become taller than everyone. So you can even do... I was literally just about to say, can you explore raids and then... Okay, not trials or raids. Bummer, dude. Oh, shit. I'm a little too quick. I'm getting ahead of myself. I spoke to the voidsent before I had the quest to speak to the voidsent. This one does naught but stare. Yeah. Hey, my name's Omega Ocelot. What is your name? The creature snarls and glares at you. It is unlikely that you will learn anything from it. I need to see, I need to put more of these things on. This is what I was talking about. It's a shame that this hotbar is full. Let me just pull another one out of my list here. I need second emote hotbar. Yes, but what about second emote hotbar? You know what I'm saying? Let me put them back over there. I do have to... I gotta fuck around with my... I gotta fuck around with my hotbar properly as well. Like I said, with my commands. I don't really like the comfort emote, because it's like... just looks like you're just giving him a slap. You're just giving him a little slap. The command panel is useful for that. It's going to be something where it's like, hey, you've played the game for like 7,000 years. Did you know about this? And I'll say, no. And they'll go, oh, why? We're looking up actions and extras again. The command panel. Freely register various actions and commands, including mounts, minions, emotes, and gear sets. Whoa. So I can do this, and then it pulls up a thing. Whoa, and I can have a bunch of stuff in here. A pocket of slots. We have an inventory for slots now. Okay. I'll do that later, but I will probably put some stuff in there then. I will put some stuff in there. And it'll probably be these. I need a bit more of these anyway. You have to make hidden hotbars with a macro. Yeah, evolved Mapo. Evolved Mapo is in. Whoa, I get all up in his shit. I didn't expect to move in there. That's Ha, apparently.
What enticing ether you have. Give me some, give me some. Oh, if only I was stronger, I'd be able to eat you. Fine, I'll find someone else to eat.
While able to communicate, this one seems to think only of feeding. Better take your inquiries elsewhere. I was gonna say, Varshan should be on this one. Some seem willing enough to converse. Whether they have the ability to do so is another matter. I will say as well, this is very delayed, but this is such like a Yoko Shimomura type soundtrack as well, this particular theme. Like the prevailing tongue in Norvrant, the language of this world bears resemblance to our own. It may be assumed that they share a common ancestor. The mistress's eyes are beauteous, sublime. To bask in her gaze is bliss. But now she's gone. Never again will I feel her gaze. No mistress, no orders. What am I to do now? What am I to do now? The creature mutters endlessly to itself, not sparing you so much as a glance.
I serve, I obey, please. Don't eat me. Dragon. What's that? Does it taste good? I don't know anything about it. Don't know about anything. But the one we caught recently, they seem to know lots. We threw them in a dungeon, but clever ones are tasty. They might have been eaten already.
You learned all you can from this voidsent. If you look in the dungeon, you may be able to find the clever one it mentioned. The clever one. They caught one recently. Yes. Yoko composed for Final Fantasy 15. And let me fucking tell you, she cooked. And you didn't need me to tell you that, because you can just know that with a guarantee. Genuinely one of the most stunning soundtracks composed. She's just unbelievable. She's unreal. Oh. You know, it would be great if I paid attention. Ariel! Oh my god, Ariel. Thank you so much for tuning in. It's so nice to see you. Chat, you're in the presence of an OG. Thank you so much for the $20 super chat, Ariel. Thanks for hanging around. I appreciate you and your support very much. I ain't going nowhere. Yeah, the Kingdom Hearts soundtracks, obviously, just insanity and always good quality. And they just continue to get more and more insane as time has gone on. But yeah, Final Fantasy 15 was so special. Also just the fact that it was a soundtrack that was obviously being... It had been established for so long because, like, you had the theme of Somnus, you know, like... That was one of the themes in particular we'd had with Final Fantasy Versus 13 for so long. I can't imagine what that composition process would have been like. Of like maybe having a few themes or maybe like, you know, just some to start and then forming that identity and then properly composing a full soundtrack for Final Fantasy 15 to finish it up. But insanely talented. But yeah, I think 15 is her only Final Fantasy contribution, and then she's the Kingdom Hearts GOAT. So let me see. I will look her up. Because I could also just be totally wrong, so... She also did the main theme for Vampire Crawlers, by the way. So that's like the Vampire Survivors spin-off or whatever, but I'm not too familiar with the games, but they did get Shimomura to do the main theme for that game, and it's great. I listened to it. It's very, very good. So that's a good one. She did the soundtrack for Mario and Luigi Paper Jam. How? I'm gonna have to go play Mario and Luigi Paper Jam. And Bowser's Inside Story and Superstar Saga. Why is Yoko Shimomura also the Mario and Luigi composer? Mario and Luigi Dream Team. She's the Mario and Luigi series composer. It's just like for so many of them. That's so funny. She's done some tracks on Xenoblade Chronicles. Some tracks, or all of them, I don't know. One of the composers listed alongside others. Yeah, wow, she's scored basically the entire Mario and Luigi series since it started. How cool. Wait. Are you shitting me? Oh my god, I didn't know this. Yoko Shimomura did the soundtrack for Parasite Eve. Oh, dude. I didn't even think about that being a possibility. And the soundtrack for Super Mario RPG as well, which is also on my to-do list. Oh my god, I'm gonna have such a good time listening to the music in Parasite Eve. I didn't even like give it a second thought of like who would be doing the soundtrack for that. That's exciting. Anyway, Final Fantasy XIV story. I have nothing to share. While those I approached had no will to fight, neither were they capable of holding a conversation worth the name. My experience was much the same. lower rung voidsent tend to have lower intelligence, which would seem a pity. Scarmiglione is dead. He was talkative at least. What of you? A clever voidsent in the dungeon. That would be the area in which we emerged. Indeed. Let's take ourselves back there and find this voidsent, preferably before its fellows make a meal out of it. To the dungeon, then. If Revan was here to hear me mention Parasite Eve because of Yoko Shimomura, it means it just became a few steps closer than it was before. Whoa. I can't survive without someone to give me ether, but where, oh where will I find a new master? I'm just a poor headless knight. Keiki Kobayashi. I'm not familiar with Kobayashi's Final Fantasy music. Masashi Hamazu is my other favorite. Just does some of the most incredible Final Fantasy tracks ever. Pray we caught our weekend in the dungeon before being served up to the mistress. Tenderizing, she called it, and that's the way she used to like it. Well, if the mistress didn't have a chance to eat the clever one, might still be chillin'. Woof, grrr. Yes, very good. I don't know what I expected. Soken? Never heard of him. Main composer for Ace Combat, okay. The Valkyrie battle theme does indeed go hard. So, you guys always have the tongues out then? Is it always like that?
Though there's only the one dungeon here, we call it the fourth. The mistress's orders. But the mistress is gone, and her orders with her. Rats can infest this castle for all I care.
Insisting that we call it the fourth. No one comes and goes from this dungeon without permission. For you, though, I'll make an exception. Go on, go. Oh yeah, you'll make an exception, will you?
Food for the mistress's consumption is kept in these cells. With the mistress devoured, we're free to help ourselves. But the clever one is strong. Another warden went in to devour the clever one, but he hasn't come back out. Ooh. Would this be the clever voidsent? I mislike the feel of this. Stay on your guard.
There appears to be someone within. The moment the music in Parasite started was when you were hooked. If it's Shimamura, not surprised. I'm heavily looking forward to that. I do not know what game this expansion references. We had a bit of classic music pop up before. There was that scene with that guy talking with the four elements, and I theorized, I posited the thought, I was like, it gave me the X-Death vibes, and obviously my only experience with that is in the Omega raids, because they do some classic Final Fantasy stuff, but outside of that, I don't really have context of the characters or stuff like that, so I mentioned it, but it's always like a rhetorical. It's like me just voicing my thoughts to the chat. But nobody confirms anything because that would take the surprise out of it. Dark-robed voidsent. Yeah, it's the Italian Final Fantasy game. Oh, this is the... Okay, so this is the guy from... This was this guy with the face.
You are the friend.
Oh, yeah, okay. I was like, when I was seeing the scythe, I'm like, Zenos. We'd seen the design before, and I just was like, and I blanked. The voidsent bound to Zenos, where he says, you are the friend. I knew I got Zenos vibes. But then there's another guy. Didn't you fade away when Zenos fell?
Zenos? The disgraced prince you yourself laid low?
I see it now. The bottomless darkness. The insatiable hunger. The aura was present when we faced him in Garlemald. When Zenos died, its connection to the source was severed. It was forced to return to the void.
Zenos. Yes, that was his name. And you are the friend, are you not?
He summoned this voidsent being like, this guy, don't touch him. He's my boyfriend, I mean friend.
Is that Heidelin's crystal?
Hear, feel, think. Huh? Eh?
But how? The light just now. Of course. And thus I am returned.
What do you mean, returned? Who are you?
I was once bound to the man named Zenos. His avatar, until you killed him.
Avatar, as in the voidsent servants of Reapers. In the name of his hunt, Zenos took up that traditional Garlean art. And through it, he forged a covenant with a being of the void to lend him strength.
Covenant? A curse, more like. He stole my power. There was no equity in the arrangement. My very essence was altered, twisted into a tool to serve his desires.
Your previous appearance. This is your true form, then.
Perhaps, perhaps not. What does it matter?
Indeed, it doesn't.
Regardless of your form, you are a voidsent by nature.
So answer me this. Are you our enemy too?
In this world, only a fool would attempt to devour a stronger being. And though it was as an avatar, I lost you once, I have no desire to lose again.
Good enough for me.
Now, you will answer me a question. Zenos called you friend. That's what you are? A friend?
I need to become a Reaper immediately. The drip is immaculate. Just Highland's Crystal pulled her straight out of Bloodborne. We got a hunter in here. This is so cool. I love how it's so funny because Zenos, he loses and then he becomes absolutely fucking purely obsessed with fighting us again because it gives him such an exhilaration. Makes him feel alive. Meanwhile, the Reaper avatar is like, I lost you once, so just no more of that. Strictly speaking, I'm Omega Ocelot. Whatever Zenos may have said, I wasn't his friend, and not to you, at least not yet. Look, he was a little bit obsessed with me, and he took over my body once, and he made me kind of like stumble around as some like weak, poor fool almost being like killed, right? And he was gonna like fuck up my gang. He messed with my gang, and then through the, you know, sheer force of will, I fucking shoulder checked that motherfucker. Do you call that friendship? Just simply because he may have wanted to engage in some rigorous one-on-one action, but he also turned me into a pleb for a time? Not to you. At least not yet. Let's get a coffee first. Let's talk. See if we have things in common. I'm a Dark Knight. You're a Reaper. We have similar outfits.
So, you're not a friend. Then... what is it? What is a friend?
She has to learn the concept. Devoid. I assumed the dungeon was reserved for those intended for the mistress's consumption. It is fortunate we came here when we did. Fateful, even.
Zenos' avatar, eh? What are the odds? We still know little about her, but for now I'm glad we found someone who can do more than moan for ether.
When I served Zenos, my mind was shrouded in haze, but one thing was always clear. His obsession with the friend. What that word means, I do not know exactly. I know only that it referred to you, and that yours was an important existence.
Ah, yes. Friend, sure.
Incredible outfit. I don't think I have started. I have not started. We're gonna have to get onto that. Yeah, I'm thinking we might get onto that. I gotta do Gunbreaker, I gotta do Reaper. I gotta do this, I gotta do that, I gotta do... yeah. I got stuff to do. As much as one might expect the unexpected, I doubt any of us could have foreseen this turn of events. She seems different from other voidsent, at least those we've met. And the change we witnessed, I suspect, is due to your crystal purging the excess darkness in her. Even so, she still harbors a great deal of darkness. I'm very keen to hear what she can tell us, about herself and her world. Hey. In this world we have, you know, voidsent goth baddies. We got Gaia, we got... Oh my god. We got Gaia, now we got Dark-Robed Voidsent. Wait a sec. Where's my codex again, chat? Where's my codex at? Why did I forget? My unending codex. I need to put that in here. Alright, let's get rid of our field record. Put the unending codex in there. What's my portable archive again? Ah, yes, my near... Never forget. Sometimes I just pull this up just to look at the near UI, of course. Alright. I haven't read it in a bit. I haven't read it in a while, gamers. I won't read Vitra because we know the story is super recent. The first brood, in regards to the first dragons, though there are many exceptional dragons, the worms of the first brood are beyond compare. In a time before reckoning, Midgard Sorma traversed the great expanse, bearing 7 eggs as he searched for a new home. Arriving upon Hydaelyn, he formed a pact with the will of the star and secured for his children a bounteous dominion. The worms born of this clutch would grow into Hraesvelgr, Nidhogg, Ratatoskir, Bahamut, Tiamat, Asdaya, and Vitra, beings of immense power and majesty. The 7 then scattered to the far reaches of the world, there to spawn broods of their own, and thus did the dragons become legion. Though they have the capacity to live for nigh on an eternity, several of the first brood have fallen. Bahamut was vanquished by the Allagans in the 3rd Astral Era, while Ratatoskir and Nidhogg's death marked the beginning and end of the Dragon Song War, respectively. Hraesvelgr, Tiamat, and Vitra remain among the living. Vitra, the youngest, is perhaps the most prominent of late, owing to his long-standing relationship with the people of Thavnair.
Instrumental in establishing the nation of Radzat-Han, he has long guided it from the shadows, only to recently reveal himself and formally assume the role of satrap in the wake of the final days. As Daya's status, whether she is alive or dead, much less where she may be, is currently unknown. Ether. What do we know about this? Who's this guy? Who's this guy? I'd like to point out, once again, to my lovely viewers, that Fortuno's in here before Alice and Alphino are in here, and we haven't even spoken to them in the patches yet because they've like fucked off to go do their own thing with the Scions breaking up. But the fact that we reunited with everyone else, they're gonna be so pissed. Alice's gonna be so pissed. That's all I can think about. That's my thought process there. Alice gonna be so pissed. And Elle isn't born and raised in old Charlet, and Fortuno is I'll sum it up. Was a dickhead for a while with the classic but I loved you all along father thing. But you'll never know it until I break down in tears and say I was doing all of this for you. I'm sorry I didn't know how to communicate. I was raised as a man and told to keep it all inside. And I could be perceived as weak if I expressed an emotion other than rage. And that's Fortuno Leveilleur. He's changed though. He's alright now. This is Eorzea. I have no idea what this place is. The 7th Umbral Calamity. The history of Eorzea is marked by a repeated cycle of devastation and prosperity. The first 6 astral eras were each preceded by a calamity corresponding to one of the 6 elements. Following on from the calamity of wind, which ushered in the first astral era, the calamity of lightning brought destructive thunderstorms, the calamity of fire, withering droughts, and the calamity of earth, devastating earthquakes, the calamity of ice, an endless winter, and the calamity of water, a lands-consuming deluge. Whoa. And there's a primal that represents each one. With all the elements accounted for, many scholars convinced themselves that they could not be another calamity. The 6th astral era would last indefinitely. Alas, the 7th would indeed befall the land, triggered when the Garlean legatus Nael Vandanus saw the meteor project to fruition. Dalamude, Heidelin's lesser moon, was plucked from the heavens, and upon its arrival above central Eorzea, it split apart to reveal the elder primal Bahamut, who, in a fit of inchoate anger, laid waste to anything and everything around him. However, owing to the countermeasure enacted by the Archon Louis Soir, the realm was spared complete annihilation, and after the ashes had settled, underwent a remarkable rebirth. They call that a realm reborn. 5 years on from that fatal day, the forces of the Eorzean alliance succeeded in defeating Legatus Gaius van Beelsar and his occupying 14th Imperial Legion. Though other threats still remained, this victory marked a turning point in the fortunes of the realm, and so it was proclaimed that by the light of the crystal, the 7th astral era had come, and that realm was at last truly reborn. It's like, it's not often that an MMO's failure can then be worked into the story as, like, permanent lore. You know what I mean? It is so cool that the 1.0 calamity leading into a realm reborn, what a redemption, you know? It makes me sad that I didn't get to experience 1.0, but then at the same time, I probably maybe wouldn't have had a great time. And it came out in 2010, right? Which is also crazy to think about. Final Fantasy XIV 1.0, and then, because I know Realm Reborn is 2014. Uh, 1.0, 2010, and then closed in 2012. So wild. I was 15 when this game came out. In 2010, I was playing... What was I playing in 2010? Fucking...
I mean, I was a 15-year-old kid. I was playing some Halo. I was playing some Call of Duty. I was playing a lot of shooters after school. And naturally, I was playing the Final Fantasies and the Kingdom Heartses and all of that stuff that I loved, of course. I did not have a PC. I did not have any capability to play an MMO. Haven't seen that documentary, no. 2010, I was chilling with my 14-day free trial of Xbox Live Gold so I could play just a crumb of Halo 3 multiplayer online. Killing other gamers on Snowbound. That was me. Alright, so our new entries here. We have Zenos, Fandaniel, and the Asians. Eldest son of Varus Zos Galvus, second emperor of Garlemald, Zenos ye Galvus was groomed from birth to succeed his father. However, history would come to know him by another name, Zenos Viator Galvus, kinslayer and outcast, whose misdeeds threw the empire into a turmoil from which it would not escape. Blessed with martial and intellectual gifts, Zenos ever stood apart from his peers. He was raised among the sons and daughters of nobility, in the hopes that he might find companions to advise him in his future role, but none proved his equal. Though the crown prince scorned the naivety of children and deemed his elders unworthy of respect, he eventually found joy in hunting, in the primal desperation of the beasts who fought violently to survive. Zenos savored pitting his strength against theirs, and even after he became a military leader, this remained his sole pleasure. It was after Zenos was appointed imperial viceroy of the provinces of Doma and Alamigo that he would encounter prey of a different stripe, the Warrior of Light. Aided by the Eorzean champion and his allies, a band of rebels grew bold enough to draw the Crown Prince's attention, leading to their first altercation at Rulga's Reach. Alas, the Warrior of Light was soundly defeated that day, while a subsequent clash in Doma resulted in a similar outcome. Zenos grew more fascinated with the beast he dubbed the Champion of the Savages, electing to spare him a second time in the hopes he might grow into an even greater challenge. In time, the Warrior of Light and his allies led an army to Alamigo, and with his comrades engaged Zenos a third time within the royal palace. In that battle, the Legatus realized that this was his first and only rival, and after luring him to the gardens atop the palace, Zenos used his artificial echo to become one with the captive primal, Shinryu. For the fourth time, he fought his prey, but on this occasion, the Warrior of Light emerged triumphant. Having experienced a transcendental joy beyond any he had ever known, Zenos took his own life, unwilling to live outside that fleeting moment. Yet, in embracing his stolen power, Zenos had rewritten his fate. His essence did not return to the lifestream, but instead possessed the body of another. In a cycle akin to that of an immortal Asian, the erstwhile prince leaped from vessel to vessel until he found one with which he could return home to Garlemald. There he was reunited with his original form, which had been occupied for a time by the Asian Elidibus, and was thus resurrected body and soul. His first act following his return was to murder his own father. This was not out of malice, but jealousy. Emperor Varus had set his sights on the scions of the Seventh Dawn, and Zenos was loath to share his quarry with another. For the returned prince, who had known the exaltation of a warrior's death, the purpose of this new life was clear: to confront the only soul he would deign to call friend, and reclaim the bliss he had known only once before. As Garlemald teetered on the verge of collapse, Zenos was approached by the Asian Fandaniel, who laid bare the truth of the star. Together the two formed the Telophoroi, who schemed to usher in the final days. They sowed discord across the realm, channeling ether from the lifestream into the Tower of Babel, that Zodiac himself might be liberated from his lunar prison. In this they did succeed, but before Zenos could seize control of the Primal and battle the Warrior of Light, he was betrayed by Fandaniel, whose subsequent death at the hero's hand set in motion the final days. Zenos was still desperate for his long-desired rematch, but understood that the Warrior of Light was too distracted by the fate of the star to accept his challenge. And so, in disappointment, he quit the field and vanished from the world stage. Zenos spent much of his life as self-imposed exile contemplating how much... Let me just start again. Let's read the words on the screen. Zenos spent much of his self-imposed exile contemplating how he might obtain his heart's desire, but his answer proved simple. He would aid the Warrior of Light in his struggle, and to that end he assumed the form of the dragon once more and flew to the edge of the universe. With Zenos' aid, the threat to all life was laid low, and when the dust had settled, the Warrior of Light at last granted his wish. Zenos Viator Galvus now rests at the edge of the firmament, and none but the Warrior of Light can attest to his final moments. What a story for this guy. Someone asked a question much earlier, by the way, and this is great. This is ADHD brain. I'm like, hey, there was that question that someone asked that I totally forgot about and didn't answer. Someone mentioned if I have done Scribblers. You mentioned if I have done Shinryu EX. I think so. Maybe. Maybe not. I don't know. Oh, it's a trial, right? Hold on. Hold. Is it a trial? That's diamond weapon. That's emerald weapon. That's different. Is it a Stormblood one? Oh, why can't I fucking read? It's right there. Is it the Minstrel's Ballad? It's here. I'm pretty sure I've done it. Maybe I didn't do it like minimum item level or something. I think we might have unsynced it. I'm not sure. I don't know how I kept glossing over that. Fan Daniel. There only needs to be one word in this whole thing, which is asshole. Asshole. We know what this guy did. Imagine taking over the body of already a guy we associate visually with an asshole. And there he is. Another asshole. Good old Hermes. Why is that still green? Go away, Zenos. I have unlocked it and didn't do it. No check. Oh, the tick mark is there. Okay. I haven't even done Emanation Extreme. I'll have to take a look at some other ones. I haven't done these either. We haven't done these in Extremes. We only just unlocked them, didn't we? We should go and do these. That would be fun. The Asians. All right. Apparently this is the one that people have been waiting, probably 30 minutes for me to read now. Sorry. Throughout Eorzean history, whether it be folklore or myth, there has been scattered mention of dark-robed figures known variously as Asians or Paragons. With their twisted words, they would incite strife between peoples or indeed entire nations, often escalating hostilities by instructing the beleaguered inhabitants in the rituals of primal summoning. While the portrayal was not inaccurate, it was not the entire story. In the course of their efforts to counter the machinations of the Asians, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn came to understand the true nature of their enemy. They learned that the Cabal was comprised of 13 prominent individuals, 3 unsundered survivors of the Convocation of 14, the Council which had orchestrated the summoning of Zodiac in antiquity, and 10 sundered souls, fragments of members restored to their former offices. They were known as Logriff, Mitron, Emet-Selk, Pash-Terror, Fandaniel, Ultima, Halmarut, Nabrialis, Igorim, Daedalophon, Emeroloth, Lahabrea, and Elidibus. Perfect pronunciation on all of them. Of course, these positions served as both name and title, for should an Asian fall, another bearing a shard of the same soul would be found and raised to the vacant seat. The Asians' ultimate purpose was nothing less than the restoration of their dark god Zodiac and the resurrection of their ancient brethren. Such miracles demanded they sow chaos in both the source and its reflections, that they might cultivate the conditions for cataclysmic rejoinings. Only then would Zodiac be freed of his chains, and the souls of the modern age be worthy of offering up in sacrifice. Is this the first time that like we've gotten like a list of names here? Because obviously I recognize a few. I don't know if I really recognize some of them though. Like these two. Emmet names them if you talk to him during Shadow Bringers. Okay. Which makes sense. Right on. Alright, we have a new quest with the Dark Robed voidsent. I'm going to quickly go to the bathroom chat, so I will be right back, and then we will continue. Thank you for waiting, chat. Let's continue with the quest where everything begins. So I doubt you came to the dungeon by pure chance. What is it that you're after? We were looking for a voidsent with whom we could converse, in the course of which we learned of you. We are visitors to this world, and know little and less of its workings and ways. We would be grateful if you could tell us about it, about yourself. So it's information you seek. What do you offer for it? This is a Reaper avatar. They know an exchange only. Given the fact that she looks super cool, I'm almost willing to... I assume that this could be like one of this reflection's Warriors of Light, you know? That's my assumption. It would make sense, but we'll see. I beg your pardon. Voidsent do not give unless we stand to gain. If you desire something, you pay the price. That is the sole rule in this world you call the Void. That makes sense. Pray forgive our ignorance. But what would be acceptable as payment? I suspect that such coin as we carry has no value here. Voidsent crave one thing alone. Ether. In return for information, I offer you mine. Just not all of it, mind you. I still have need of my life. Very well. I will tell you no more than you can afford to pay. Oh, I'm pretty sure I got a crap ton. Let me pop over to the first. Let me pop over to the first. I'll kill some sin eaters. I'll get myself popped full of that juice, and I'll come right over. Phrasing. It's not what I meant. I'm gonna go get some light. You can have it. Then we have a bargain. If we're to talk about the Void, let us do so outside. Come with me. Yeah, but that was the first phrase, like the first attempt. The second attempt will just be so much better. Chat, we're about to realize that a lack of aetheryte is really going to hit us hard. You want them to squeeze you like a sponge? You don't? I feel like I need it. And to be like wrung out. I feel like that could fix me. Get all those knots out, you know? Look at this shot. Look at that. Just a group. Just a group. And a guy and his bike. Goes hard. Yeah, let me get into position. You needn't worry for me. My life force is a small price to pay for her knowledge, and I will recover it quickly enough once we've returned home. Yeah, we got any of that bread? Just give us some of that bread. Their one rule is no different from that of many in our own world. It's those like Alphino who are a rare breed. We cannot allow Ishtola to bear the burden alone. When next the opportunity arises, I will offer my own ether. Can that work? With you being in a different body?
This is where I belong. My home. This endless darkness you call the Void. There was once light here, and it shone its warmth upon creation. The lands were green and the seas were blue. Life flourished. Before the war, the Contra Memoria.
It must have been a terrible war indeed.
It shattered the balance, causing darkness to engulf the world. All life was transformed into monstrosities, voidsent. We are the natural order now.
As light begat sin-eaters, darkness begat voidsent.
The sun was driven from the sky as fleeting day yielded to endless night. In time, even land and sea lost their distinction. And though the spark of reason had died in us, driven by memory's shadow, we formed factions and carved out domains. This castle, for instance, its erstwhile lord must have abided in such a place once upon a time.
If I may, the darkness in you is too much for any man to harbor. To my eyes, you are indeed a voidsent. Yet your knowledge of the past and your demeanor mark you apart from your brethren. You are different. That much is plain. But in what way, I am unsure.
As you say, I am voidsent, but only in part. The darkness touched my mother when the war had only just begun, when I was still in the womb. As a child, I looked like any other, but darkness coursed through me, and I ceased to age when I'd become a woman grown. But that was then. And now, I may as well be one in full. I prey on the weak and serve the strong. I live to survive. Nothing more.
Forgive me. 'Twas not my intent to pry. I realize, too, that I have neglected to ask your name.
As we say mortal, you may call me voidsent.
That is liable to cause confusion. If you are not averse, we would address you by your true name.
And call me what you will. I care not.
How about 0?
Meaning nothing. A name as fitting as any.
No, not nothing, but rather a beginning. For it remains to be seen what you will become to us.
As I said, I care not. 0, then.
Patriots. We're doing it. We're doing Metal Gear. Omega Ocelot and 0. Guys, we're so back. I'm so close to being in a Metal Gear Solid name. Not Big Boss, but Ocelot. We have Ocelot and 0. I think it's a nice name.
A name is a string of sounds. Its meaning has no bearing on my nature.
Okay.
Well, 0, while there is no end to the questions we could ask, it is only fair that we tell you our purpose in coming here. We are searching for a dragon. One who came to your world long ago.
A dragon?
Yes. Ajdaya is her name, and she is my sister. If you have any knowledge of her, I beg you share it with us.
I was gonna say, what's that up there? Oh. Oh.
Did you say something?
No?
I thought I heard a voice as well. The keening of voidsent, perhaps.
Okay, we're being watched. So, 0, huh? Beginning, a curious notion in a world where all has come to an end. We may have subdued the voidsent here, but I doubt they'll remain that way. Remain vigilant. No one else seems to be nearby. Perhaps it was just a trick of the wind. If not, is out of the ordinary. I should like to hear more from Zero. Can't imagine there are many part voidsent like her who remember the world as it was. God damn. Is Zero the prettiest NPC in the game? I mean, you're saying that in a world where not only does Y'shtola exist over there, but Omega F? Are you forgetting about Omega F? You know that 2B is in the game, right? 2B is in the game. Once they add Tifa into the game, it's over. Because then you will never be able to rank anymore. Because there's only one winner all the time, always. That being said, though, yes. She's quite pretty. Final Fantasy XIV original characters. Then Omega F. And, Yotsuyu. For no reason. I must say, we're rather exposed here. Perhaps we should continue the conversation within the castle. The throne room is defensible, given its few points of ingress. Let us head back there. Moving wasn't part of the bargain. I'll comply, but I expect my payment promptly. You shall have it as soon as we've arrived. Hey, we're moving, alright? The moving isn't part of the information gathering. And I think another thing that is probably really hard to consider when we think about do boss fights count? Hey, you know when the bosses and they kind of transform and then they turn into like a giant Do the Final Fantasy bosses count? Hey guys, remember Heidelin? It'll get very difficult if the Final Fantasy 14 bosses are included. Think of how many there are. Think of them. Not too hard though. Have I seen Eden 12 Phase 2 in Savage? I think so. I think I popped my head into the Savage for a bit for a particular item. Maybe. Chat might be able to confirm. I need a reminder. Eden 12 Phase 2. I gotta pull up some pictures. let me look at some pictures. Which one is it? Eden 12 Phase 2. Is that in Sepulture? Oh, actually, no, wait. Is that Eternity? Eden's Promise, the Eternity one? Oh my god. Are you talking about the fucking utopian vision? Or are you talking about fucking the utopian vision? With like 20 boobs? Or are you talking about, are we talking about that? It's Gaia, Mapo. Oh, I'm only able to look at pictures. Gaia, when she has like the fit and she's got the big hammer and the circle thing behind her. Nah, you guys were talking about the 20 boobs. Now, I like a good goth design. As good as anyone, obviously. It's unfortunately not secret information, given the type of playthroughs that I've had to do on the channel. There's just too many. Morrigan is a great example. But I honestly don't really... I don't really care for Gaia's design that much. Gaia... I look at Gaia and I'm like, that is a Nomura design through and through. Almost to the point where she like doesn't fit in with the game. I'm not a Gaia stan. I feel she's kind of over designed. But that's kind of Nomura's thing. He goes, a couple more belts and zips, please. I feel eyes on us. Stay alert. I can only hope that Nomura's passed his, like, plaid arc. Because when he started putting plaid on all of his characters, I was like, please, get me off of this train. All appears unchanged here. I will see to the payment, and then we may ask Zeno what she knows about Azdaia. Upon proceeding, oh, is this a duty? This is a solo duty? I have the feeling it's doing this thing. Is that the visual effect? Several cutscenes will play in sequence. You'll be required to participate in battle. Yeah, okay. Okay. Hey, we haven't had one of these in a while. When was the last time we had a solo duty, chat? Yeah, damn. Alright, so it's been a long while. Yeah, it's like Gaia, like, aesthetically, yes. My type in terms of like that genre of style, but not specifically Gaia. Just a bit over designed. And also, she's with Rin, and they're like young love. Leave them alone. They go over there. We've got Crystal Mummy to deal with. We've got Heidelin, you know? She's a tiny bit older. Just a tiny bit. And then there's also Emeliance, chat. There's Emeliance. Yeah, we gotta talk about Emeliance. Alright, where everything begins. Lyra, that's a great starting point.
This place is as good as any. Let me have the ether now.
Very well.
I feel like having ether wider, even here, it's going to attract some hungry individuals, yeah.
You're mine!
Oh. Still here, okay.
That I should miss my mark.
That fiend again? But we struck it down. Watched it die.
Fools. Death doesn't exist in this world. And I am free to return whensoever I please.
Death doesn't exist. Of course, in the first, the power of light, of passivity, prevents life from emerging in the empty. But in the 13th, the power of darkness, of activity, prevents life from finding rest, even should soul be separated from flesh.
Damn.
So unless one's essence is absorbed by another, it is possible to return again and again.
Your ether. It is reminiscent of that creature's. My mouth waters at the memory.
Oh.
What?
I must devour you too. Yes, I must. Drifting souls, by my power be reborn!
Okay. Scarmiglione may have feasted on Asdaya a long time ago.
If it's another death they want, I say we give it to them.
If you could lend us a hand, we'd be much obliged.
That you would. But you already owe me a debt, and until you make good on it, I won't lift a finger. We'll speak after you've won. But know that if you lose, I'll help myself to your ether.
That a bothersome duty should deliver to me this lavish feast. Come, struggle with all your might. It will make you that much richer and tastier.
So they'll just keep coming back, given the nature of this reflection. She's it's so funny. Just chilling at in the end. Oh my god. Okay. That is very funny.
So this domain serves me now. Come, feast upon their flesh.
The castle answers your call.
Ishtola's just very loud, like, Hey, help? It's genuinely so good.
Then let's see these guests on their way.
But yeah, that's her thing. Payment, please. She's the cloud of this reflection. It's a mercenary. Cool to see Varshan in combat. He means to resurrect them again.
Let them come. Camiglione.
Guys, we need Tifa more than ever. We need the Italian embassy's opinion.
You cannot defeat that which cannot die. Struggle and slaughter on.
Surely Zero will have some form of, like, ability or move that can prevent the resurrection. Hey, you want to help out?
Drag him out of this damnable feast.
There's no end in sight. A retreat may be in order.
When will you learn? No matter what you do, you cannot hope to win.
You never know until you try, and I'm always happy to experiment.
Zero! Is there no way to stop them from coming back?
There is, but I have no reason to share it with you.
Hey, I'm gonna teach you what friend means, by the way. Means help me the fuck out.
You know, Zero, you do owe us for one thing. Your name. You'll have your promised ether, but we are owed compensation for your name.
A name for which I did not ask. But that I nevertheless did accept.
Hey, by the way, you owe us a lot, like so much for the name. Just like it's an endless debt, by the way, just so you know. Pig. Interesting.
They've been crystallized.
well now.
That's quite the trick.
They can't come back if they're not killed. But they put them in little jars. Oh, she's cool. She's cool.
Satisfied?
Yeah, she's cool.
Completely.
Come, my friends. With Zero's aid, we can defeat him.
What is this? What have you done?
Now that I think on it, you owe me a debt as well. You may have missed your mark, but I won't miss mine.
Yeah, all right.
However incurred, a debt is a debt. I will repay it here and now.
Zenos going to be such an interesting character to get to learn about.
What is this road? You will tremble before my truth strength.
Plundered maid.
Attend to the minions first.
Point. Point.
Be gone.
Oh, I'm like, it won't let me. Zero turns the voidsent into the crystal. Okay. Zero helps out. We're getting shown up by Zero here. Guys, I resign. Zero seems to have it covered from here. You'll just have to pay her a lot. Oh. I was not paying attention. I thought that she was just... Zero, I thought you were going to kill them all. Oh. Hey, Zero. Oh, no. Should have done Living Dead. Oh my god. They added it. I have to start again. That is so good. Oh my god. Dude! I can... Yes!
However incurred.
Oh. That's a good addition.
She can turn voidsent into...
Alright, this time I'll stand in the right place. So it seems that she takes out a few of them. That's where I stand, and then the rest after. I got immediately reliant on Zero just there because I saw that she took them all out the first time and I went, okay, I guess I'll just let her take them out the second time.
Attend to the minions first.
I love that she says that. I'm like, as if I can even target them.
Be gone.
She goes, actually, I'll do it myself. Alright, so this time I'll stand in the right place.
That's far enough.
I'll stand here and then I get pushed back. It's funny because, like, obviously this is where the teammates are, so that makes sense. But then my brain is like, do NPCs get a damage increase if I sit in the proper tank position? Or is it not worth it in an NPC fight?
This will hurt.
Please don't have me be stood in the wrong spot. Yeah, you cleared out over there. Okay. Yeah. I'm just gonna stay with the NPCs. I'm not gonna bother being in a different spot. Curse bind on 0. Oh, filthy shackle. Oh, hey, Zero, I think you owe us for that. Just so you know, I think you owe us for that. Yeah, another debt to repay. Yeah, we kind of helped you middle of combat there, so...
I must deal with you first. I'll kill you all myself.
Low-key, I don't know how to put a target above a character. Not off by heart.
Let us return the favor.
Look like the dragon scale shield. How cool is that?
Give it everything you've got!
Fools! Do not think you have defeated me. I will return again and again.
Hey, did you miss what happened the whole fight?
What? My flesh? Why won't it heal? What is the meaning of this? To seal ether in crystal. Memoria. But how? How can you have this power? Death has no place in this world. We are beyond it. And yet... Ah, Lord Golbez, you have sent me to my doom. Curse you and your wretched flattery, and this abominable fate.
Ether trapped in a crystal. There you go. We got a bunch of soft drinks for Zero now. Here's your ether. Go. Let's go. Oh my god. Okay. Is that a judge? No. It looks like, I was like, Gabranth?
You are welcome, seekers of might.
This is our other guy from before then. Yeah.
I, Golbez, have called you for hither. I, who would see us triumph in the coming crusade. That I may entrust you with command of our armies.
Yes, but what of the crew's gift? In exchange for our loyalty, we are to feast on the finest ether.
And so you shall, for if you are to serve me, you must be strong.
Then honor the pact, and pray we are not disappointed.
Very well. Behold.
The fiery wings, the savage horns. It pulses with life. Such vibrant ether. This magnificent creature could only come from beyond the veil.
Indeed. Feast, my friends. Feast and arise as my 4 arch-fiends.
Yeah.
As they are now, they can consume but a fraction of the dragon's ether. Just as well, the creature may yet serve other ends.
Dragon still lives. We have a name. Okay, so this guy is Golbez.
Are you all right?
Here we go.
The voidsent's essence remains, but it has been sealed away, transformed into crystal.
Memoria. Scamilione called them. I take it they are connected to the war of which you spoke.
Aye. Their use was central to the Contra Memoria, hence its name. And to my knowledge, the transformation is permanent.
I see. We thank you for coming to our aid.
I repaid a debt, and in doing so ensured that I received my own due compensation, which I shall have now.
Yes, yes. I still have work to do, so I would thank you not to get carried away.
Ether is the coin of choice. I appreciate the simplicity.
That makes us even, I trust.
She's getting sleepy.
Right then. When you picked up the crystal, you experienced a vision, did you not?
Yeah, that bloomin' guy Golbez, he had 4 people feast on the dragon, innit? And then the dragon's still actually fine.
A dragon resembling a great worm. I dare to hope that it was Ashdaya.
Yep, kept in stasis, mate.
Even as it pains me to think she's been made to suffer.
For the ambitions of this Golbez.
We've been given much to consider. Let us take a moment to review what we know.
Cool. We've vanquished one of Golbez's archfiends, but 3 remain. As troublesome as this one, I expect. It feels like these archfiends might be different from the 4 elements, but maybe they're not. That element cutscene, maybe the archfiends represent each of them. If Golbez has Ashdaya at his mercy, then we must find him. Hopefully Zero has knowledge that will aid us in our search. Yeah, but what will it cost? There is nothing like the ether of a living mortal. I haven't felt so satisfied since my return. Hey, Ishtola... Ishtola's not the only mortal. I'm the Warrior of Light, by the way. I've got probably a lot of ether. In light of our recent experiences, I expect we all have questions. I trust Zero can answer some few of them. We should still be owed at least that much, I dare say. Yeah, hey, you remember when we rescued you in the fight? Because you got bound? Yes. That's a pretty significant repayment. From Memoria to Golbez and his archfiends, we have more questions now than answers, but that is a sign that we are making progress. Pretty cool. What is going on in today's stream, dude? Omega, you've come to the 13th before, yes? You fought voidsent here. But clearly you didn't know they could regenerate, else you would have shared that detail beforehand. Well, hey, you know that Diablos guy? Yeah, I fought that guy like 6,000 times. So, I thought we'd all just assumed that they would come back eventually. They seemed to stay dead at the time, yes? I was in a bit of a rush. I doubt not that they did. There must be a reason why the ones you defeated did not return, in contravention of the natural order. Do you remember aught out of the ordinary? A sealing magic like Zero's, perhaps? There are circumstances in which we're unable to return. If you like, I can tell you about this. Please do. Who's paying? The more you devour, the more powerful you'll grow, but in the process, your essence is blended with those of your prey. If you were to lose your flesh, the souls you had come to harbor may break free and coalesce into distinct voidsent once more. Before you yourself return, your own soul might be devoured by your enemies or your erstwhile prey, a fate more likely for stronger beings who require more time to regenerate. However, even assuming you survive the process, it's highly uncommon to return as you were. Yet, despite his greater strength, Scarmione managed to resurrect rather swiftly. Are there others capable of the same? Not that I'm aware of. His attachment to his flesh must have been unique for him to develop such an ability. I believe we understand the fundamentals of rebirth now. If I may, I would ask you about your power. Will you tell us about it? What you saw should speak for itself. I can bind the ether of the soul in crystal. Many wielded this power during the Contra Memoria, but I'm the only one left. I am told that heroes of the 13th once sealed gods in stones called auracite. Are they and Memoria one and the same? Auracite. I do not know this word, but the world is vast, and perhaps Memoria had different names elsewhere, but it does sound quite similar. How does one come to wield Memoria, and what happened to your peers? I've never thought about that. I do know, though, that voidsent can't use the power. I assume I can, because I'm mortal in part. I see. Zero, I wish to ask you about the man called Golbez. He may well have my sister in his clutches. Is there aught you can tell us of him? The name sounds vaguely familiar, though I can't say how I know it. If he is powerful, however, someone in the castle may have heard of him. Then we must try talking to the other voidsent again. Let us entrust the task to Omega. His echo will help facilitate communication. More importantly, he should be able to maintain his composure better than a concerned sibling. That I cannot deny. Forgive me, but will you not ask Golbez in my stead? On the terraces to begin with, perhaps? Thank you. We shall remain here and discuss what other avenues we might pursue in the meantime. Inquire with some more voidsent? According to your vision, Golbez recruited his champions and raised an army by offering a dragon's ether in exchange. Whatever his crusade, 'tis unconscionable to use a dragon's life force as fodder. He will answer for his deeds. I know what it feels like to have my essence blended with that of another. Yet tumultuous though it was only one worm's soul. To be bound to scores of over thousands of years sound horrible. Scarmione, too, appeared surprised by Zero's power. As she says, it must be a lost art. This makes her invaluable to our cause, far more than someone who can simply communicate. So with this echo of yours, you can see into the past. Interesting. Those memories may as well be all that remains of it, though. Everything and everyone was warped by darkness. However storied it may appear, this castle is simply the product of its mistress's mind. Ah. It's not even a bloody real castle, it's a imaginary. Just let me ride the bike through the wall. After that cutscene, let me catch up on some chat. Cool, Revan. Golbez's voice actor being Elganon? That's cool. That tracks. It's a powerful voice. Nate, ever tried the OG Final Fantasy? No, unfortunately. Final Fantasy 1 to 6? Those classic 2D Final Fantasy games. Still on the backlog, but I will be getting to them. I will be playing them. So keep an eye out for those playthroughs. They'll definitely come through. Along with many other classic 90s and surrounding years of JRPGs. So the clever one hadn't been eaten. If no one wants it, then perhaps... Yeah, good luck, mate. Golbez. Of course I know of him, only a fool without ears wouldn't. His archfiends lead armies to ravage and conquer. They devour those they deem useless, those who can't fight. If you don't want to be eaten, then you had better flee, though soon there will be nowhere to run. It seems the archfiends keep only those who are fit for battle. Others must escape or be consumed. If the one who devoured her dies, perhaps the mistress will return, then I may bask in her gaze again. Yeah, she's a crystal now, mate, sorry. Golbez, you say? My mistress spoke of him. He commands the archfiends. They are very powerful and have conquered many domains. The mistress bade us defend the castle from them. Yes, she did. The archfiends have been attacking other domains. Their fearsome reputation precedes them. Tasty one returns to tempt me. I mustn't eat you. Mustn't eat you. Golbez. I know of him from those I've eaten. He has minions, and those minions have minions. No one ever sees him. With his army of minions, Golbez would seldom have need to act personally. It will not be easy to reach him. Oh, you finished already? Or did we get carried away talking? There's no easy way to mark the passage of time in this world, nor do I imagine such things concern voidsent. It would take considerable mental fortitude to still care after millennia in this endless night. Is there no end to their questions? I should have demanded more ether. No trouble on your end either. Good. I dare say Scamione's fate served a sufficient warning. Let's hope that those elsewhere have the same sense. Welcome back, Omega. Were you able to learn aught of value? Yeah, Golbez, big, important man. Got a lot of people. Scary guy. Though countless voidsent answer to the archfiends, who in turn answer to Golbez, as your vision did suggest. Scamione's aggression is also consistent with the claims that the archfiends conquer other domains. The question is, how do we reach Golbez if he surrounds himself with armies of minions? We could target his other archfiends, or perhaps those who have fled his service. Either may yield useful information. That said, we can't do much while we're stuck on this isle. Zero, I would ask a favor of you. I am determined to save my sister Asjaya. If there is even a faint possibility that Golbez has her, then I must find him. To that end, I want you to lend us your strength and knowledge. Will you accompany us on our quest? Forgotten the way of my world already? If you want help, offer payment. None here will aid you out of the kindness of their hearts. Any who claim otherwise are liars and betrayers. Or is this less a request and more a threat? If I refuse, will you force me to serve? Hey, what if we were friends? And like friends, they help each other, you know? Surely you must desire something. Name it. I have no purpose. Why would I desire anything? That's why I didn't bother to resist when the ones here fell upon me. What matters in a world that's already dead? By that logic, you've no reason to refuse our requests. The payment need but be to your satisfaction, correct? Did I not already say as much from the start? Very well, Zero. I propose you travel with us, and whenever you perform a deed that requires payment, we will provide it in ether. That's all you had to say. Everything else was superfluous. Fair point. Where to now? Estinian looks at us and he's like, damn, was this what it was like to talk to me back in the day? We'll have to soften her up a bit. With friendship. Either a place the archfiends may strike next, or where refugees and deserters may seek sanctuary. I know the latter. I'll take you there. I assume you also know how we can get off this isle. I was brought here on a mount. We can leave the same way. On a mount? Now that you mention it, I did notice some flying creatures near the terraces. Given our numbers, we'll need a large one, but regardless of size, all can be won over with ether. Excellent. Let us go and find our mount at once. I already got some. Just let me fly it. Not good. Lord Golbez must hear of this. Not the snooping voidsent. Bro's looking for a promotion. Quick, let me run back and get him. Let's go the right way as well. Yeah, let me fly this. What level does Reaper start at? Does that start at 80? Were I here in my true form, I would be able to carry you all, but even were it possible to so enlarge the gate, the risk would be too great. Zero will best know how to handle the creatures. Let us watch and learn. Not all voidsent can fly. It stands to reason that some would be made to serve as mounts. Level 70.
No.
We should be able to find a mount here. With the castle in disarray, the creatures will be hungry. Just a little ether should suffice. Are you ready? I got to unlock the society quests for Endwalker. I started doing that, but then maintenance happened, so probably do that after the stream.
There it is. Good. It agrees to serve. Get on.
One-way trip with Reaper? Nah, I don't think so. I'm definitely enjoying multiple jobs. Or at least the idea of pursuing some other ones as well. But Reaper does look pretty sick.
What is this place?
My domain. In the beginning, it was a sanctuary for me alone. But over time, others began to gather here. Those who had nowhere else to go.
A settlement of pariahs?
What's that? Mortals! They're mortals! What's enticing either? Let me have some, let me have some! Not fair.
Just showcasing her strength, that it's like we're her property.
You are under my protection here and will not be harmed. I give you my word. Follow me.
Yeah, Reaper just feels like the, you know, aesthetically, Dark Knight and Dragoon blended, of course, right? It is said that a person's domain is a reflection of what abides in their heart. If true, this place may offer a glimpse into Zero's past. It is quite a gathering of voidsent. I pray one among them has the knowledge we seek. The longer one lives, the more one yearns for peace. I understand why some would sequester themselves here. This is my abode. The others won't come near, so you may be at ease. While they know their place, if tantalizing ether were to walk by, I can't guarantee they wouldn't pounce. It is a voidsent's nature to consume their sole purpose. Even if the pursuit of ether may lead to their undoing, many succumb to instinct. But any who succumb here will have to answer to me. This is my domain's one and only rule, and it is absolute.
Whose likeness is this, you ask? The hero who saved the world? I'm waiting for the day he comes. Or was it a she? I can't remember the details. I don't know how long I've been waiting, or why I even wait. Could you be the hero, perhaps? No, I don't think so. Something tells me I'll know when I meet him. Or her. I'll just have to keep waiting.
You're waiting for the guy from the trailer. He's the cooler one. Oddbert's not here right now, I'm sorry.
Interested in me, are you? Too bad, I'm not interested in you.
If it isn't immortal, you remind me of the time I was summoned to your world by someone who sought beauty. Well, it turned out to be a deviant who had my vessel chained to a bed, and when I tried to break free, he had the gall to call me a hideous fiend. And if that wasn't bad enough, he started slicing me up. I left that body and fled back here as quickly as I could. Never again. Never again. Yeesh. let's just address the casual, non-consensual summoning of voidsent and giving them PTSD. Like, there's a layer to that. That's pretty fucking crazy. Because there are like voidsent that are like, they have a instinctual craving for ether that it just like, it overrides thought process because that's their thing. They don't know what's on the other side, and then they come out the other side, and then it's like that. And due to like their nature of darkness, it's always going to be some sort of evil guy that summons one of these creatures. This dude's just playing in some water. You're gonna make me fucking sympathize with creatures that we just slay without even a second thought. Classic. We're gonna get the sympathetic voidsent can't help their nature routine, and it does work. They're just a little hungry. Like, we're just seeing, I guess, the result of a reflection that was lost. You know, because the Ascians said, let me just do a rejoining and fuck it up, and boom. And so now this whole place is just void, darkness, ruins, and this is what remains. And they can't even die. They just eventually come back. Just perpetuating death. Having given you due warning, Zero would leave you to your own devices. Consider yourselves duly warned. If you wish to go among the voidsent here, that is your choice to make. All have fled from one master or another, but whether any of those masters in turn served Golbez, I do not know. You must ask them yourselves. Most have traveled to your world, so it shouldn't be difficult to communicate. We shall go about making inquiries at once. Thank you for your counsel. Once we've learned all we can, let us reconvene at yonder plaza. You're going too, of course, in which case I shall accompany you. I wish only to observe. Do not expect me to help. Then it's settled. I'm ready when you are. Ready? Then lead the way. I leave it to you to decide with whom you speak. Nice. Alright, we've got a couple of dialogue spots. Zero's hideout. Pretty cold in here. No pillows? Although this is my domain, I don't make a habit of strolling about. 'Tis a strange feeling. I call this my abode, but hardly spend time here. I return only for meditation. While physical wounds can be healed by replenishing one's ether, you can't preserve your form if you lose sight of yourself. Such is the risk inherent in consuming another's soul. It dilutes your sense of self, alters you, inside and out. Hey, let's keep feeding Zero some ether. For no reason whatsoever. Hey, who's the friendliest guy in our group? Get Grahatir in here. Get Grahatir's ether in here. You'll be my best friend in no time. To guard against this, I meditate, visualize who I am, in a place all my own. Tell me about this statue. This is the heart of my domain. Normally it's deserted, but you and yours have drawn everyone out. I don't recall this statue, though. However it came to be here, I certainly didn't wish for it. You don't recall it. So we have like a wing on a shield.
There's no sign on it or anything. You're one of the mortals, is it true? When you die over there, you really die? So it is, so it is. What brings you here then? Yes, Golbez. He seeks strong minions to grow his army, so I hear. But recently, he stopped doing that. Instead, he devours all. Perhaps he's gathered enough fodder and is now intent on bolstering his own strength. A sure sign he's about to make a move. There's just the wiggling. Yeah, stay away from me. If you don't want to be eaten, stay away. Golbez. Golbez, I've heard the name before. I remember always speaking of a great crusade. I don't know what that is, but it sounds delicious. A crusade, you say? From whom did you hear this? Farfarolo. He was a minion of another minion. Went on and on about the terrible things he saw. I see. Perhaps Farfarolo can tell us more. Farfarolo? To walk around with her like that? You're her minion, then? You know, I don't take minions. He has some questions, and I want you to answer them. Golbez. I don't know that one. Only... Scat Hatch. Scat Hatch is back. Well, not back, but you know what I mean. Only Scat Hatch. When she let us beyond the veil, I grew scared and fled. I've been here since. I don't know anyone else, nor do I wish to. That's all I can tell you. Scat Hatch was a powerful voidsent who ruled over a vast domain. That was a long time ago, so I doubt she has any connection to Golbez. Satisfied with what you've learned? Well, let's step away before you become too tempting to resist. Scat Hatch mentioned. Where are the other characters at? It was in order to strike down the cloud of darkness that my sister crossed over into the void. What befell her after she vanished into the gate? How did she become Golbez's captive? These things and more I hope to learn. Well, yeah, it's a bit cloudy. I'm so hungry I might die. I can't, not while someone's near. You're not devouring my ether, you hear me? You're not devouring my ether. Yeah, it worked out pretty well, because we did Shadowbringers Alliance, and then it was really just, hey, we haven't done the Heaven's Ward one yet, so we'll do that next. And then... worked out nice. If a voidsent is too weak to create its own domain, it must join with others for protection. Alternately, it might devour them in a bid to become stronger. But in doing so, risk losing its sense of self. It is an unenviable struggle. You're not going to tell me that Ishtola's all the way over here? I probably missed her, and she's probably past the spider. Just doing some sightseeing at the moment.
She's probably past where that spider was. E? Where is she? Where's just taller in this area? She's gone. I wanted to see what she had to say, but not if I guess it's just fucking hiding. I just totally miss her. Hang on, there's a street down here. No, because that's where that dog is. Huh. It'd be nice if, like, the mini-map had, like, NPC locations. It seems the rumors of Golbez reach even my remote domain. Fair to assume he's gathering strength for his crusade, whatever that may be. But I must say, I wouldn't have guessed that Farfarolo once fought in Golbez's army. It's a miracle he survived serving an archfiend. Ah, I suppose I should explain. Farfarolo is the weakest among us, constantly in fear of being devoured. He seldom consorts with others. The only one he's comfortable with is Siriato. He's a fellow coward who runs the instant he senses a threat, and won't stop until he's exhausted. When their hunger grows too intense, they feed on each other's ether, such is their relationship. But I ramble. You intend to seek out Farfarolo, I presume? Then I'll come with you. He's less likely to hide that way. Okay. Undeterred Soulslayer, welcome in. Thanks for joining. I hope you enjoyed Fallout 1 playthrough, and you might give the Fallout 2 one a go. That one was so fun. We have a meanwhile.
Not only did the mortals conquer Troy, they defeated Scarmalione. I struggle to believe it. They're very small, my lords. They were aided by one of our world, who transformed Scarmalione's soul into crystal. This one speaks of memoria. Now there's something I've not heard for an age. It'll bring a pang of nostalgia to my breast and a tear to my eye. If the very notion wasn't absurd! If they are gone, drowned in darkness, as were we all.
And yet Scarmalione still does not answer. Were he alive, he would have returned by now. Weakest though he was, his ability to regenerate was without peer. If this account is true, if a memoriat has survived, they cannot be suffered to live.
Leave this matter to me, Lord Golbez. I, Barbaricia, shall strike down any who pose a threat to our plans.
'Tis true, you are a proven commander, well suited to leading an assault.
And when I have succeeded, I would beg a boon of you.
What do you desire?
The dragon's ether. All that remains.
The insolence. No place.
With respect, my locks are free as the wind, without incentive to sway them. I know not whither they will blow.
Boldly spoken. I trust you will not disappoint me.
Upon this flowing hair and my immortal soul, I will not fail.
Then go and impress upon these interlopers the futility of defiance.
My lord.
All right, we had a couple of thrones having a chat. So we got a name. Barbaricia. So we have Throne of Fire, Throne of Water, and Throne of Wind. So did we so Scarmione was Throne of Earth, and now we've got a Barbaricia. So only if she succeeds, which she fucking won't. Farfarolo keeps to the fringes of my domain this way. The voidsent here don't answer to a master, they can do as they please. But all must answer to the hunger and seek out prey when they need ether. Except Farfarolo and Ziriato, that is, they are content to take from one another. Barring an incident, they dare not venture out. When he takes flight, Ziriato will not seek shelter until he is utterly spent. Farfarolo, on the other hand, prefers to hide in the same place. Come. No worries, Slayer. Thanks so much for tuning in. I hope you enjoy a delicious meal with some Fallout action. Whatever will I do now? Ziriato, this is rather unexpected. Where is Farfarolo? Farfarolo isn't here anymore. He's left. Yes, that's right. Left? That doesn't sound like him at all. Well, he's gone, all right? What more do you want me to say? And off he flees, as he is wont to do. Something about this doesn't sit well with me. What do you make of Ziriato's behavior? He seemed frightened. Perhaps someone had threatened him. I doubt it. Had he been threatened, we wouldn't have found him in one place. No, he would run in circles until he could run no more. That is his nature. As he says, Farfarolo is gone, but that is quite unusual. As is the fact with Ziriato, who was clearly frightened by something, chose not to flee, but instead hid here, where Farfarolo usually... No. We must go after Ziriato now. Scarmalione of the Earth. So that was the only throne inactive in that conversation. Ciriato, we need to talk. There's no time. The wind rises. We must flee. The wind rises? What is he talking about? After him. Into you. What do you mean the wind rises? When the wind rises, she comes. Barbaricia! Barbaricia? Who in the world is that? We must flee, all of us. There's no time. I don't sense anything, but he seems convinced. It's a dead end beyond. We'll corner him. We're doomed. There's nowhere to run. What are you running from? I already told you, Barbaricia, the Archfiend of Wind. Archfiend, you say? We will be devoured or forced to serve, to fight in the crusade, but it makes no difference. In the end, all are eaten by her or her enemies. I didn't want to fight anymore. That's why I fled. And she came here. No, that's why I fled and came here. I see. That explains everything. Almost. I thought it was Farfarolo who used to serve an archfiend, not you. Not you who always ran at the first sign of trouble. You who now speak as though you were Barbaricia's minion. There's only one explanation. He devoured Farfarolo, didn't he? Indeed, that would account for his uncharacteristic behavior. So, is that the way of it? Did you devour Farfarolo? Not just a portion of his ether, but his entire being. Got a little too hungry, huh? How did you know? It wasn't only your behavior that felt strange. You felt strange, as if there was more than you present. Now, I don't believe you would have lost control. More likely it was at Farfarolo's behest. I can't hide anything from you. I admit it. Farfarolo didn't leave. I ate him. He feared Barbaricia more than anything. Hated the endless fighting. So he begged me to devour him, that he would never have to fight again. Rather than an eternity of fighting, he chose a moment of pain. For all the good it did, I can still hear his voice in my head. He's frightened, so very frightened. When you're eaten, your essence is blended with that of your devourer, and though you have no control, your consciousness in part endures. Were this a world where the wheel of life and death still turned, the soul wouldn't linger so stubbornly. In time, it would return to the great flow. But there's no such end here. No escape. All know this. In making his choice, Farfarolo must have been desperate indeed. And now that desperation is joined with Ciriato's fear, driving him to act erratically. This place will become a battlefield. We don't want to be eaten, neither me nor Farfarolo. But there's nowhere to go. Nowhere. Then tell me about Barbaricia. I would know who it is we face. It's too late. She's as good as here. And no one can escape her winds. No one.
Barbaricia! She is come!
And she's brought her domain with her. The Archfiend's after you and yours, I shouldn't doubt. Perhaps you should go and find them. But be warned, whatever this is about, do not expect us to get involved.
I can't bear it! Eating and being eaten! I only want to be left in peace!
You and me both.
One of the Archfiends approaches.
They must have been tracking our movements.
She's here.
Ma'am? Huh.
Excellent. You've saved me the trouble of traveling to Troya.
So you're Barbaricia.
Mind your manners, mortal. My name is not to be spoken, save in reverence and fear. And what is this pitiful domain? Pitiful wretches all. I will put you out of your misery. Alas, poor Scarmiglione, and good riddance. Felled by outsiders in pursuit of what? Pray tell?
A dragon. One who crossed to this world thousands of years ago. Know you aught of it?
A dragon, you say? Huh. My Lord Golbez is more clever than I realized. To let the prize live, that it might lure more prey to us. Very well. In gratitude and service, I shall devour every last mote of their souls.
Where is she? Where is Ashdaya?
Huh. You even share its scent. How curious. And irresistible.
If you think us easy prey, you're wrong.
Unlike Scarmiglione, I need not skulk in shadow to claim what is mine. If you would know about the dragon you seek, then enter into my domain. You may flee instead if you wish, if the fate of the sorry lot here is of no concern to you. One way or another, I will have satisfaction.
I love that the wind, it's always going to be like this level of green. Like you've got like that Garuda vibe.
What's the plan then?
It's like, man, this is the void. It's a bit cold. You guys, what are you guys talking about? What are you guys talking about? You heard a click? I don't think that, no, I don't think so. I'm pretty sure no. Pretty sure that's not a thing that exists at all. There's no clicking noise, no screenshots. Nothing. Why can't I find the fucking emoji that I'm trying to look for? So it just makes me feel like I'm stalling for time. You know how hard it is to find a emoji on here? I give up. I give up. I need screenshots for thumbnails, chat. You understand me? Because it's probably the thumbnail shot. If we go, we'd be playing into her hands, huh? That would suck. Anyway, you got any of that dragon perfume? Let me have a words with her. She liked the scent.
Aye, that we would. Even so, we don't have any intention of turning tail now, do we? We find her and get our answers. Will you be joining us, Zero?
You may be easily goaded into accepting her challenge, but my curiosity is not so insatiable as to cloud my judgment. Nevertheless, if you are desperate for my aid, you know my price.
I shall pay it. So long as you leave me strength enough to see my sister home, you may take as much as you wish. And lest you forget, mine is no ordinary ether. Barbaricia too recognized its potency.
Very well. We have a bargain.
Like, you know, during wartime chat, and they have people that are there on the battlefield with cameras. They have to capture it for research purposes. And then they take it home and go, look. Otherwise, they're not going to believe them. They're not going to believe that a giant wind woman was standing up there. What little I learned in your absence did not pertain to the archfiends. That discussion can wait until after we've tended to Barbaricia. Just you wait, Barbaricia. I will have answers from you yet. I have no intention of demanding anyone's ether until afterwards. Weakening you now would only reduce my chances of getting paid. The less time we give the enemy to prepare, the better. If everyone is ready, let us set forth. Indeed. And yet, my heart weighs heavy for those Barbaricia struck down. Were it not for us, she would not have come here. Should you require a moment, Zero. Wrong name. But what? Barbaricia took what she could. She was wise to strike quickly, as we would be. Agreed. This is no time for sentiment. Only the battle matters now. There's not going to be any... not going to be any mourning from a voidsent, that's for sure.
Scarmione possessed the power of regeneration. Let us see what Barbaricia can do with her winds.
The wind rises. A word of warning. Barbaricia spoke as if she would give us answers if we were to defeat her, but even assuming she'll talk, which I doubt, I trust I needn't tell you how foolish it is to give an archfiend a second chance. Best to seal her away at the earliest opportunity. If you wish to peer into her past, the memoria will suffice. Exactly. We don't really need answers when I can just echo those answers. Can't wield the power at will. That is a shortcoming of mine, I'm sorry. Well then, you had better hope it favors you when the time comes. Rest assured, this won't be our last opportunity to learn about Azjaya. If another archfiend were to fall, Golbez would surely be compelled to respond. We need only wait for our quarry to come to us. Indeed, if our struggles with Scarmione taught us aught, 'tis that we must hold nothing back when facing an archfiend. Let us heed Zero's advice and seal her away at the earliest opportunity. If we're all in agreement, let us be off. We travel by Nisrock. And that's what it's called. Scarmione was the Archfiend of Earth, while Barbaricia is of the Wind. In this world, given to darkness, I wonder what significance their elemental titles hold. I wonder if that will be similar to the Eden raid stuff, right? Because what we had to do with that crystal was we had to go and get all of the different elements before we could get to Rainbow, right? This is not the first trial we have faced since coming to this world, nor will it be the last, but with you all beside me, I'm confident we will prevail. So come, let us sally forth. To transform a voidsent into memoria, we must first drain them of their ether. To wit, we must wound her gravely.
Barbaricia will use every advantage she has. Traps, ambushes, we must be prepared for all that and more.
Thank you. To Barbaricia's domain. Pearl, I think you can just change the entire statement there to just say Final Fantasy is good at making beautiful women. And men. Everyone's hot.
You're not the only ones who can ride the wind.
I'm sorry, we're getting Dragoon diving, but also Zero is also doing it. She's like, hey, I'm Dragoon adjacent.
Leave these ones to us.
I see to Barbaricia.
Hey, it's fine for them to do the work for a change. I do so much work in this place. Is this a trial instead of a dungeon then? Yo, it's trial time. It's the summoning of my friends. Dude, we actually... How good is seeing that again? The aura of just summoning friends. Storm's Crown now accessible. Ah, it's so cool. A lot of hair. Like, fucking hell. You've made Rapunzel question her reality. Jeez. The knots. Imagine brushing that. Endwalker does not have a trial series. Instead, the trials are all in the main quest. That's pretty cool, though. We have our party of 8 already. You search for the great worm, Azjaya, in the void. Your search for the Great Worm as Dire in the Void has brought you to Zero's domain, where you hope to find information that will lead you to the mysterious Golbez. But it soon becomes apparent that your victory over Scarmione did not go unnoticed, but now another archfiend, the ravishing but cruel Barbaricia, has descended to challenge you. While there is no guarantee that she will yield the answers she teases, the only way is forward, and you sally forth to confront her in her stormy domain. Ravishing but cruel. There's only one problem with her design, chat, that I have. That kind of unfortunately means that she just can't be the most beautiful woman NPC, right? And it's unfortunate. Empress of the Winds is crazy.
Come, give yourselves to my scouring winds that I may feast upon your essence.
No one can overcome the handicap of not being Ishtola. Exactly. You're welcome, chat. I'm tabbing. That being cast, well, she's wearing shoes. Brings it down a few points. Just the fucking hair arena is crazy. Alright, let's fight Barbaricia.
Such rich, exquisite evening. My hair shimmers with anticipation.
Yeah, hair shimmers with anticipation. Her dialogue feels, quiet. What is she? She's gonna strike in a bunch of different ways? Okay. Hair raid. That's so silly. Alright.
Try this.
Oh, yep, okay. So she's gonna dive over there and then spin around. Oh, she spins around first, then dives. Okay. And then hair raid, she's gonna go to that spot and then like strike out. Teasing tangles. Okay. Lock of hair wraps around you.
Strong and free.
Okay. I love that the chat is just in such a stunned silence.
Try this.
I'm so bad at missing. I keep missing that. Keep missing that. It's the spin first, but I still misread it and went, wait, did she do it the other way?
to last this long. But the battle...
Curling iron. This is ridiculous, dude. These fucking moves. Hello? Air? Armor? Clothing? Whoa.
I'll slaughter you all.
Ooh.
Dodge this if you can.
She becomes like the fucking fast melee fighter and gets a haircut? Oh my god. Wow. Oh. God damn. Knuckle drum like crazy.
Don't underestimate me. Feel my fury. Know your place.
My God.
You can't escape this. I'll break your every bone.
Sick. That transformation, though.
I will not be denied.
All right, Zero. Go for it. Ah, she's still... I just spawned here. I didn't mean to be standing right there. Jesus. Spawning the spawn. I was spawning respectfully. It's a good thing I'm short. See, I'm short. Alright, anyway. Did the extreme for this once, never again. I assume we're about to witness Zero go crazy. But we'll see. Might not be over yet.
There's still time. With more of the dragon's ether, I can yet...
You're finished.
Yep.
Damn it all!
I just need a power-up. No, you're done.
I see you've bested Barbaricia. Well done.
Her minions too are all crystallized or scattered. The day is ours.
What of my sister? Tell me you learned something about Ajdaya. So the Archfiend and her crystal yielded not.
Our efforts have not been entirely fruitless. We have deprived your sister's captor of another powerful champion. With Zero, we may yet challenge Golbez and his minions.
Indeed. We could not have come this far without your aid. Thank you, Zero.
I but fulfilled my part of the bargain. And now I will have my...
Ooh.
Her ether is nearly spent. Perhaps unsurprising given how much power she used.
I wouldn't want to face another Archfiend without her. We should hurry back to Zero's domain.
Agreed. Eager though I am to continue, it would be unwise to risk our lives for the sake of haste. Let us suspend the mission and tend to Zero.
We need some of that Archon loaf and stat. Zero hasn't much stirred. Such power she must have expended. In her present state, Zero is easy prey for other voidsent. We must be on our guard. Can't sleep with your hat on. Can't sleep with your hat on. Full hair reveal. Though Zeno remains unconscious, she appears otherwise fine. Insofar as I can discern, at any rate, being part voidsent, her physiology may be rather different from ours. Let us observe her for a while as we discuss our next move. Azem's crystal has been added to the Unending Codex. In the age of the ancients, when the Convocation made the decision to summon Zodiac, the 14th seat on the council, the seat of Azem, lay empty, for the holder had relinquished his office. When his dear friend and former Azem, Vanar, labored to summon Hydaelyn, he did not take part in her plan, though the circumstances and his reasons were unclear. To the end, Azem walked a path all his own. After the world was divided into 10 and 3, the unsundered Ascians sought to reconvene their council to facilitate the rejoining of reflections. Yet while they succeeded in locating the fragmented souls of their erstwhile colleagues, these reincarnations had no recollection of their ancient lives. Thus did the unsundered find it necessary to prepare crystals replete with the knowledge and memories tied to each office. As a defector, Azem and his legacy were deemed unworthy of preservation. Moved perhaps by lingering affection, however, Emet-Selch crafted a crystal in secret, which contained his dear friend's signature incantation, a magic with which he summoned allies to his side in times of great need. That selfsame crystal was inherited by the Warrior of Light, whose path has ever been paved with trial and tribulation. Whenever he is required to call upon the depths of his conviction, the Zem's crystal is sure to answer. How good's that? Oh, you don't want to give my guy a crystal. You don't want to preserve this man. Well, crystal in secret, because Emmett Selk maybe sometimes a bit dickish, but that's my guy. The next quest is Return from the Void. Just going to take another quick break. I'll be right back in a few minutes, and then we will continue in the next quest. And also, before I leave, Lucky Belly, thank you so much for tuning in. And thank you so much for the kind words. I'm glad you're enjoying the content. Let me know your favorite Let's Play, or what you've enjoyed the most, and I'll answer when I return. Alright, we back. I love it when people pop into the chat not specifically Final Fantasy 14. They come in just to say hello and that they like the content, which is really nice. And then I always I'll ask a follow-up question, or I'll reply, and hopefully I've replied in a decent time. And sometimes I never hear from them again. They just come in for that and they disappear. So thank you, Lucky Belly. I got a response. I did it. I always feel really bad when I'm either in a dungeon or raid or whatever, or I'm in a cutscene, because I'm not talking during the cutscene, especially if it's a voiced cutscene. So they're gonna leave. They're gonna think that I don't engage with the chat because I don't talk during cutscenes, because we focus. Found me through Zelda. Loved watching Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask playthroughs. Nice. Very nice. Do you watch Wind Waker, Twilight Princess? A Link to the Past, perhaps? More Zelda? I'll have to go back to that series soon, won't I? I just don't know where to start when I return. I don't know where I should go. But there's just so much. I also get so many people saying Half-Life is one of their favorite series that I play, and I'm glad, because I absolutely loved how fun those games were to play. But I got so many negative comments because I understandably played a little bit like shit. Because I was not used to, I was really trying to adjust to mouse and keyboard first person gaming, because I'm a controller guy, and I've improved over the years, but it was not my finest work. I'm glad you appreciate the voice acting, Megan. I try my best. Aiken been watching since Dark Souls? Hell yeah. I love you too, man, in the bro way. It's alright. You can express love without it needing to be a bro thing. Love is love, man. It transcends shit like that. I was thinking of Spirit Tracks and Phantom Hourglass. I had a bit of a concern that I was like, I don't know if people are going to care if I continue with the Wind Waker aesthetic into the DS games. But then I'm like, it's Zelda. It's almost kind of guaranteed to go well, right? Maybe? Let's test that theory. How long do you suppose she will remain this way? The faintest inkling, nor can I say whether the ether we can afford to share will be enough to awaken her. It would be best to take her back with us to the source. There, she would be guaranteed all she requires. Is that possible? Zero cannot give her consent, but it seems we have no choice. The alternative would be to leave her here, defenseless. Should she later desire it, we can bring her home. Let's all nod at each other. Yeah. Nodding circle. Omega, might I ask you to hold onto Barbaricia's memoria? It may yet serve a purpose. You got it, boss. Oh, what happened to her?
You have business with Zero? We have a newcomer, a former minion of Barbaricia. Let her know when she wakes, will you?
Barbaricia's minion. Why not go and find this newcomer, so we have something to tell Zero, if nothing else? Indeed. May I trouble you to join me, Omega? With luck, we might learn something of Golbez. Why do I feel like it's going to be like the extreme trial?
When a leader falls, the minions pledge themselves to the enemy. There's no loyalty, only survival.
Worry not. We will keep an eye on Zero. Go and meet this newcomer.
Deserter.
This appears to be the newcomer.
You're the ones who felled Barbaricia. I won't make trouble. I'll obey, so please let me stay.
If you would obey, then tell me all you know of Golbez.
There isn't much I can tell. Only the Archfiends are allowed into his domain, wherever it is. None but they know.
I see. No better way to guard oneself than keeping one's location secret. How does Golbez communicate with his minions afield?
He has these scepters, staves, wherever they are. He uses them to talk to those far away.
Not unlike link pearls, at least in function. That will be all. My thanks for your cooperation. My thanks to you as well for affording me the time. I am satisfied. Let us rejoin the others and head home. Ah, so all of them are at the minstrel. I forget, because we unlocked them in such a disjointed way. I trust you understand that once we leave the 13th, we will not return until we are prepared to resume our search. Knowing this, are you ready to depart? We're ready to go. Back to Troya, then, and thence home. Oh, that's like, Estinian, you're the one that's gonna carry Zero. It's not even a conversation. Actually, I've got a question which is very late to even ask, so we'll see how this goes after this cutscene. But does time pass differently?
Ah, you're all safe.
Oh god, I didn't mean to click that, I'm sorry.
A moment while I close the gate.
Does time pass differently between the 13th and the source? Similar to the first and the source? Like, they're like, oh, you were gone for 10 minutes. I don't know.
There. We may rest easy for now. Was there any trouble? I expect some voidsent slipped through.
A few did, aye. But we were ready and dealt with them without incident.
That is well. I cannot thank you enough for your vigilance.
Yes, you're grateful. But aren't you forgetting something more important? You know, the polite but warm formalities one delights in hearing when their little brother returns from a long journey.
Indeed, you are right. It is good to be home again, among those who I love dearly and missed so much.
And we are glad to receive you, Vashan. Welcome home.
Chambers have been prepared for your use at Megaduta. Let us take Zero there at once.
While a dimensional gate is open, time flows at about the same pace? Yeah, okay. And there might be like a situation where, depending on how close the reflection is, maybe that also plays a part, because this is the source. Is it technically the 14th reflection, this place, or not? I know it doesn't exactly correlate to the number of the game, but like, how far away are we in reflection context to the rest? I don't know, because I know it's the source, and you'd think with the source you'd be like, yeah, 13 reflections and the source. Okay. Yeah, maybe it's just the fact that it's a realm that's pretty closely connected with the source already, with a lot of voidsent and people opening gates that I guess the timeline or movement of time might be a little more synced up than somewhere like the first. Master Ocelot, we have been expecting you. If you would follow me, I will show you to the guest chambers.
Our mission took many an unexpected turn. I am relieved that we have all returned safely. But before you all enjoy the rest you have earned a dozen times over, I would consult you on one last matter.
Zero.
While she appears none the worse for wear, she remains locked in slumber, and I cannot help but worry. Is there aught we can do to expedite her recovery? If her ether is exhausted, perhaps I can share some of mine now.
In the wastelands of the 13th, one can only replenish ether by taking it from others, be it by trade or by force. In contrast, the source is rich in ambient ether. Simply being here and drawing breath, Zero will absorb what she needs.
Then we need but wait?
I believe so. She will awaken in time, and when she does, give her something to eat. Judging by her form, she should also be able to derive nourishment from food. I know you promised her your ether, but perhaps she might appreciate fine harnished cuisine more.
Food can certainly be arranged.
She looks like any other person. Unsurprising, perhaps, given that she is only part voidsent.
Zero said before that Zenos had altered her essence. A change wrought, I suspect, with the power of darkness. It acted upon the part of her that is voidsent, rendering it dominant. Thus, we were able to reverse it with the power of light. I labor to believe that Zenos possessed such arcane knowledge. In all likelihood, it came from Daniel. Were Zero wholly voidsent, I doubt the crystal would have had an effect on her. One might say that Hydaelyn had a hand in your meeting.
Tis no exaggeration to say that Zero has proven herself invaluable. A boon from Hydaelyn herself. Her cooperation may come at a price, but whatever it is, I am willing to pay it. Exhausting though it may be at times.
Nobody wants this Daniel guy around. He is gone, and the world is better for it. Even if it meant forcing Zodiac to appear. She seems to be faring better here. Praise be to the sisters. My chamber is much the same as this one. Too opulent for my taste, but at least it has the space to train. A world with light and life, never one to remain idle. Y'shtola would tend to an errand. If I may excuse myself, I wish to pay a visit to the High Crucible. While the scales functioned admirably, it would be prudent to have them inspected for signs of degradation. By all means, I shall do the same for this vessel. Then I'll go and meet with the soldiers. Share with them what I learned fighting voidsent in the 13th. What of you, my friend? Have you any immediate plans? I'm just worried about Zero. In that case, might I trouble you with a small task? I wish to have food ready for Zero when she awakens, you see. Would you be willing to go to Meride's Mayhain and ask for suitable refreshments? Excellent. In the meantime, Nidhana shall watch over Zero. She is already en route. Let us each then tend to our respective businesses and reconvene anon. Yeah, I think Mobius mentioned to me as well the gear that you can get. He mentioned that to me a while back. So, hunt coins for some cool armor. Spend some of my tombstones while I'm here, maybe. Welcome to Meride's Mayhain. Please make yourself comfortable. What? A guest of the Satrap has collapsed from hunger. Of course I would be happy to help. You need only tell me what you desire. A modest quantity of a living mortal's ether should suffice. What do you get? What ether do you get from a meal? rich and hearty meal with plenty of meat. Why are we not getting the Archon loaf? This is very funny. While that might be perfect for an adventurer preparing to raid a treasure vault, I fear it would be too much for someone coming out of a long slumber. Okay, fine. I would recommend something gentler on the stomach, like these apples. They've just come in, and I can guarantee their freshness. Afterwards, once your guest feels better, she's welcome to sample whatever else we can provide. Just let me know. I thought about the light and refreshing fruit. Alas. You don't want to have a rich and hearty meal with a whole bunch of meat as soon as you wake up from a coma? I haven't actually picked up this armor set for the Dark Knight, the Lunar Envoy. Looks pretty cool. But that's, you know, for aesthetic reasons, because it's just the 630 set. Well, the only reason to buy the set, those sets anyway, is obviously just to be cool and aesthetic. I'm pretty sure at the moment the I already have this set, and then I've just been buying the one for the Reaper. I'll have to double check if I've actually bought the outfit for the Reaper or not. I ain't sure. It's funny when I do this because I'm like, I need to, you know, almost keep track of what I buy. Yeah, I know that Dragoon and Reaper use the same. Alright, so I have the credendum for those three, but I need it for the boots and the helmet still for Dragoon. Then I am saving up for the Sage stuff as well when I get to 90 with Sage. I've reached 80, so I'm almost there. I know how to read. I'm great at reading. I see green and I'm like, huh? I'm like, they're not for me. Me when I accidentally buy the wrong thing. So this will be my item level for the Reaper eventually once we get there, but it will not be the aesthetic that we rock for the Reaper. I will say that. I already have this glamour plate ready for the Reaper, naturally. The Crypt Lurker, I mean, obviously, that'll just be the Reaper outfit that we wear. Welcome back. Lest you worry, Mistress Nidhana has been taking good care of our guests. Will you be joining them now? She wakes.
Light. Is this an inn? What happened? How did I get here? There's no time. I must rejoin the battle. I must...
Oh, you're awake! Wonderful!
Oh.
What is this? Some sort of fiend? A fiend? Where is it? Where? But this is no time for jokes. You're in the source, my dear. The world next door, so to speak. The others brought you here after you collapsed. I'll fetch them at once. Wait, just a moment.
I took the liberty of arranging refreshments. I hope you find them as flavorful as they are invigorating.
This isn't what you promised. I suppose ether is ether.
Looking up and down, being like, you seem smaller.
Wait. Don't tell me you don't know how to eat?
I took what I needed from it. What's the problem?
Where's the enjoyment in that? You're supposed to bite, to chew, to savor, and then swallow. That's the way. So, did it taste good?
I don't know.
The long years without eating may have dulled your sense of taste.
Well, we voidsent have no need for such when consuming others. There are some who speak of taste when describing the quality and affinity of their prey's ether. But I loathe the act. Taking ether in small amounts like this is one thing, but diluting my essence, diminishing myself, I'd sooner die. And I have died, countless times.
You have? But what happens when you do?
Not much. After a while, you return, together with all your expended life force. The important thing is to die where others won't devour you.
Amazing! My peers who study immortality and resurrection would be most interested in this phenomenon.
His expression is so funny.
The question of taste aside, I am glad that you are able to partake of food like us. I dare say it agrees with your personal preferences.
That's true. You can keep giving me the same on a regular basis.
Very well. As my guest, I shall see that you do not want for comfort. And one other thing. We brought you to our world without your consent, and for that, I apologize. If you wish it, we will return you to yours once you have regained your strength.
It's fine. I have no reason to go back. Except for yours, perhaps. You intend to cross over again, I take it.
I do. I have yet to find my sister. I want nothing more than to rush to her aid, to find this Golbez and free her from his clutches, if he still holds her captive.
Though if our recent experience has taught us anything, 'tis that the 13th is more dangerous than we ever imagined. Caution must be our watchword.
Better late than never. In the short time you spent in our world, you left a trail of chaos in your wake. You managed to return in one piece this time, but don't assume you'll be so lucky the next.
Rest assured, we will make no assumptions and spare no preparation. Speaking of which, while we rest and ready ourselves, I ask that you tell me more about your home. In return, I will tell you about ours. I will show you my domain, Radzet-Han.
Again, a stranger in this strange land. I have a condition. You must come too.
You have my thanks.
Very nice. It was my pleasure to show you the city when you first arrived. I shall enjoy doing the same for Zero. So, the older, more capable vessel is not going to be permanent going forward. It's more of like when he ventures out into a dangerous place. This world is brimming with ether. I feel invigorated just standing here in the breeze. Glad am I to hear that. So, is there any place in particular you wish to see? Perhaps where that food came from. Apple, was it? While I don't expect I'll collapse again, it would be good to know where I can produce more if necessary. Procure more if necessary. Mayride's Mayhain it is then. I shall introduce you to the head waitress, Milian. Other than it's just like time to take a bit of a break and introduce Zero to what life is like. Hey, so would you like to eat an apple? This is the place. The air is different here, and I speak not of the heat. There's a texture to it, a fullness, unlike that of elsewhere. You smell the cooking, I believe. Harnish cuisine is quite fragrant and delicious. I hope you will agree. We could attempt to introduce Zero to Maride herself, but Malil is more likely to be available. She's right there. Welcome to Maride's Mayhain. Greetings, Milil, and may I introduce you to Zero. She is an esteemed guest, and I ask that you see to her meals during her stay. Ah, yes, Maride has told me all. Please come to us whenever you're hungry. We'll look after you. It was here that Omega obtained the apple. While the palace cooks can prepare whatever you desire, it is certainly a quick and convenient food. I'll remember it. Who are the ones there moving their bodies about? Is it for some ritual related to eating? The dancers, they move their body to bring pleasure to those who are watching. It is a form of entertainment, part of our culture. How needlessly complicated. We voidsent prefer simple pleasures. That may be the way of it now, but your world too must have had such complicated diversions once. I don't remember. Well, let us move on. I propose we visit Balshan Bazaar, where goods the world over may only be found. Like, how complicated? We just prefer to, like, eat things by devouring them. And what else is there? Nothing. Staring at the ceiling to pass the time. What are all these things for? What do you do here? This is a marketplace where people buy and sell goods. Since its earliest days, Radzat-Han has served as a trading hub, and here you'll find not only local products, but wares from distant lands. I should mention that the vendors generally only accept payment in coin or tomestones. If there is aught you desire, I shall take care of it. So that's what tomestones are for. Voidsent returned with them on occasion, but I never knew their purpose. Like, went out for another successful hunt. Got these tomestones? I don't know. They struck me as useless trinkets, but I couldn't understand your obsession with them. On that subject, there appears to be no shops in the 13th. Do you never make bargains in which possessions are exchanged? We do, but rarely. We strike bargains when we want something done. If we desire an object, we kill whoever has it. I see. Your bargains may be likened to employment, I believe. I shall bear this in mind. With that, let us continue on. I propose we head to the High Crucible of Alchemia. If someone has something we want, we just kill them. The funny thing is, Zero, we do the same thing when we go into dungeons and raids, because we want something that we can't get anywhere else. Why, Master Vitra, how I may serve you this evening? If you're here for your vessel, I'm afraid we're still tending to it. No, there is no rush. Pray take as much time as you require, and know that I have complete faith in your work. The High Crucible is home to the finest alchemists. They are the ones who created my bodies, and can provide you with healing as well. And then Zero says, your bodies? He's like, yeah, hey, want to see me be a cool-ass dragon, actually? Now that I think on it, you weren't at all surprised when I changed forms. Were you aware of my nature from the start? That I was a soul occupying a vessel not my own? It's hardly uncommon in our world, when given the chance. Many shed their bodies to claim stronger ones. Oh, you must be the rumored guest. We've been most eager to meet you. If you have a moment, would you care to stay for some tea? The sisters... No, we'd love to hear your tales. No, I've had enough food for now and can always obtain more without the need for inane chatter. Yeah, not socially domesticated yet, Isu, sorry. Now, no need to decline outright. I dare say you are tired, so let us save it for another time and return to Megaduta. If aught catches your eye en route, do not hesitate to say so. Hey, let's have a chat. Don't pay attention to the syringe I'm injecting into your arm. We just want to do a couple of tests. She's gonna see the square grapes and say, whoa, they look like those crystals. Some sort of fruit. Beautiful things, though. I imagine you'd need to eat a lot to derive any satisfaction. These are mulberry trees. While the fruits are indeed edible, more important are the leaves, which we feed to silkworms. Without the creatures, we wouldn't have the silk to make our famous Thavnaren weave. Furthermore, the bark of the tree also possesses medicinal properties. You would be hard-pressed to find a more useful plant. Is that so? Aside from food, I wouldn't have considered any other purpose for it. Master Vitra, and Omega too! If it isn't young Murad, and that must be your sister, Yasra, is all well at the orphanage? Yes, Your Excellency. The other children there are very nice, and we all look out for one another. Oh, and just the other day, Estinian came to see us. Everyone was really excited. Truly, Estinian paid you a visit. That is well. Is she a new friend? Friend. You know what that is? What? You mean you don't? She is a visitor from a faraway land, you see, and is still unfamiliar with our language. Then we'll teach you. A friend is someone you like to play with. Play with. Zenos seemed to be enjoying himself when he fought you. Is that the same thing? More or less. I see, but is having someone to play with so fulfilling? I still do not understand why. Why he traversed the great expanse? Why he risked life and limb? For you? But I waste energy dwelling on such things. I am not Zenos. I stand to gain nothing by knowing his heart. I'm sorry I couldn't explain it well. There's no need to apologize. The fault is not yours, but mine for failing to make sense of your words. Well, we had better get back to our errand. goodbye. It was nice meeting you. No worries, Ragnar. Thanks so much for joining in today. Have a good night. We'll catch you next time. Zero is learning. Through Zenos, I thought I understood the ways of your world, but the more I learn of it, the more I realize how little I actually know. It's also strange, your behavior and your reasons. I find myself baffled at every turn. But the feeling is not unwelcome. I'm learning, bit by bit. It was the right decision to join you. Darkness warped all life in the void, even plants. Only now do I recall flowers and the value they hold. Buried memory. Is this this our final quest of the patch? I believe Zero's time here has been rewarding, and 'twas in no small part due to your company. My thanks for agreeing to join us. Come, let us return to Megajuta. We have made it. Okay. So 6.2 has been pretty crazy. Historically, the 0.3 patch is the one that's like, it tends to get even more crazy. My fear and my assumption that we could be building to another potential 0.3 moment. Welcome back, Master Ocelot. Will you be heading to the guest chambers? I will.
So, what are your impressions of Radzatan?
There's a lot of mortals.
Considering your origin, I can see why that might be your first observation. Though they would call each other people, I think. If you wish to know about our fair city, I should be glad to place a guide at your disposal.
No need. I'll show myself around. There's only so much about my home I can share with you in return, after all. While I remember some few tales of the past, I cannot speak to their authenticity. But if that is enough, then I will tell you of the events that saw darkness engulf our world. The Contra Memoria.
We are all ears. Please.
Long ago, light filled the world and all was at peace. But then the servants of darkness came, and they bequeathed a black art unto men. Channeling the power of hope and prayer, one could call forth fearsome beings known as Eidolons.
The Ascians. And these Eidolons are surely primals.
Then you have faced the same, and understand that when an Eidolon is birthed, strife follows. And in such strife, the weak are the first to suffer. When it seemed the world would be plunged into chaos, heroes appeared. They were blessed with a singular power. The power to bind the ether of Eidolons within crystals known as memoria. My mother was one such memoriate. But in fighting to save many, she herself was touched by darkness. As was I.
And so you were born part voidsent, before the world was overcome.
How exactly did that calamity come to pass? Did the memoriates not triumph?
They did. They expunged the seeds of chaos and restored the peace, only to find themselves seduced by the darkness they had sealed. They spread the taint, transforming men into monsters, what you call voidsent, and raised armies to wage new wars.
Not the first to be corrupted by power, nor the last.
Some defied temptation and held fast to the light. My mother and I among them. For years and years we fought, but it was not enough. And when our strength was spent, our bulwarks broken, so too was the world.
The flood of darkness.
The stars faded from the heavens as a pall black as pitch enveloped creation. Darkness raged unchecked, rending the very walls of reality. I was cast into the rift, and there trapped for what felt like an eternity. Until I came upon a crack. Tiny, infinitesimal, but enough for me to squeeze through. And find my world changed beyond recognition, into the lightless waste you saw.
So that is how you were able to escape becoming a voidsent in full.
I suppose I should consider myself fortunate. Were I like most others, I wouldn't have lasted a day before being devoured. We, the lost, are better equipped to survive in a lost world.
A lost world, you say? I wouldn't be so sure. The 13th is still there, is it not?
What are you getting at?
To explain requires that we initiate you into the truth of the source and its reflections. Be warned that this will take a while.
Then, unlike the worlds that have been rejoined, mine still...
The Oracle of Light prevented the first from being completely overcome. So the situation may not be completely identical to that of your 13th. But the fact remains that we were able to restore a measure of balance to a world brought to the brink of destruction. After which, some intrepid young souls succeeded in restoring life back to lands thought lost to light. Which gives me cause to hope the day may yet come when life springs forth anew in the 13th. Of course, these are only possibilities. I offer no guarantees. But having experienced what we have, I dare say we are more qualified than most to speak on the matter.
Wait, I don't understand. Why would you say these things? As if you mean to... The sole reason you came to the Void was...
To find a dragon, aye. And in light of what we've seen, we'd be fools to strive for more. But we Scions, former Scions, begging your pardon, have a habit of not leaving well enough alone. And old habits die hard, don't they, my friend?
Restoring the light would serve our efforts to find and free Ashdaya. There is no reason not to try.
Do as you will. I have no desire to save that world.
Be that as it may, we will have need of your power when next we face voidsent.
You know how it works. If you want my help, you must pay my price. And now that you've drawn Golbez's attention, it's going to cost you more. A lot more.
3 apples. 3 apples.
I will consider this a deposit.
We have so much ether in this world to give now. There you go. All the food you could want. It's interesting because there was a part of her that felt hopeful for a second. She's like taken aback by the fact that we could potentially restore some life to the 13th, and then immediately like, by the way, I don't actually care if I have no desire to save that world. We're getting through to her. It's a very interesting character dynamic for sure. That conversation is the first, like, main quest related piece of dialogue, especially in these patches, that has, like, given me an idea on how the next expansion could be called Dawn Trail, you know what I mean? Because we go from Shadowbringers, and you've got, like, Endwalker, and you're going, oh shit. How do we get to Dawn Trail as like a concept? And the idea of like maybe being able to like restore light to a void, restoring light to a world taken over by a flood of darkness. Maybe that can result in a Dawn Trail. Curious. We will just have to wait and see. Though our time in the Void was short, we managed to ascertain that my sister yet lives, and it cannot be overstated how fortunate we are to have met Zero. But the greater blessing is nevertheless you, my friend, for your encouragement to embark upon my search anew, and your help in overcoming the challenges thus far. Hey, what the fuck? Hey, get that thing. Did that sneak out of the little void? Get that thing. Squish that. Interesting. Did some voidsent sneak past when the portal was open? Golbez and his minions will seek to stymie our efforts. Of this we can be sure. But with you all by my side, I have confidence that we will succeed. That we will find and liberate my sister, and that we shall return home together. And that's it. That's patch 6.2. Buried Memory. Hit me with a meanwhile. I'm ready. I was so ready.
And now, Barbaricia. Useless, the both of them.
'Twas no lie. They conspire with a memoria.
and their search for the dragon will lead them here. The war looms nigh. We cannot allow these interlopers to interfere.
If I may, my lord, I have a plan to eliminate them. In order to guarantee success, however, I will require Cagnazzo's cooperation. Now there's sport to be had, then I'll play along. As much as I dislike following your lead, I have no patience for screaming.
Well and good to have confidence, but do not forget the cost of failure.
Rest assured, I will see the dream to fruition. Even should I be consumed by my own flames, I will pave the way for one and all.
Then I will trust in your oath and your plan.
We will give you cause to rejoice, my lord. This I vow. Ha ha! Some excitement for a change.
No sacrifice is too great. Even should my 4 archfiends be lost, I will not halt my steps. The prison of passivity is an obstacle to my cause, and so you must fall. What irony that the blessed damned should set us free.
The blessed damned shall set us free.
As I swore so long ago. The gate lies open. At long last, my ambition shall be fulfilled!
I love a villain who loves to yap at themselves to accomplish their goals. Because I don't actually care if those guys go down, because I'll do it anyway. It's like, alright, mate. Alright. I get you. I don't know about the voice for Cagnazzo. He sounds a bit crazy. The first Codex entry. A century before, by that reflection's measure of time, the Warrior of Light and his companions journeyed to the First. It underwent a terrible transformation, which forever changed the world. A failed Ascian attempt to set in motion an 8th umbral calamity on the source triggered a flood of light, which then swept across the land, leaving naught but blank perfection in its wake. The tale of the flood is one of hubris and tragedy. Hoping to restore peace to an embattled world, brave warriors of light fought and felled the Shadowkeeper, steward of darkness, but in their decisive victory unbalanced the cosmic scales. Though Heidelin's agent, the Oracle of Light, managed to stem the ravenous tide and prevent the first utter annihilation, much was lost. Only Norvrant, a region the approximate size of Eorzea, remained habitable. Contrary to traditional associations between light and the astral, the light that consumed the first is characterized by passivity and tranquility, what scholars of the source would term umbral polarity. Thus did the lands claimed by the flood, known as the Empty, come to reach a state of stasis, utterly bereft of aetheric activity. Norvrant itself would be cursed with an empty sky of unyielding light and ravenous hordes of light-warped creatures. Save for the greatest among them, the Light Wardens, these sin-eaters are largely mindless beings, seeking only to corrupt the ether of the living and give rise to more of their own. Nevertheless, for the First's remaining population, it has been a constant struggle to keep these fiends at bay. Only since the Scions of the Seventh Dawn arrived to destroy the extant Light Wardens and purge Norvrant of Light's corruption have its people known a measure of peace. They yet pay homage to their heroes as warriors of darkness for their role in restoring the night sky. And that's 6.2. All well and done. Apparently there's a side quest. Is it here? One worth following up on? Shadowed Pasts? Shall we give it a look? Let's see. Let's do something. We'll keep playing some game for a bit. I can play some game if people want to watch. Something has this Radiant Scout unnerved. Ah, Master Omega, you couldn't have appeared at a better time. You see, while out patrolling the city, I chanced to sight a voidsent. I immediately chased it down with the intent of eliminating it, but something about it struck me as odd. For one, it made no move to defend itself, but simply sat there, jiggling. Which is why, against my better judgment, I decided to capture it instead. Having travelled to the Void, I dare say you have considerable knowledge of its denizens. If you have a moment, might I trouble you for your opinion on the creature's unusual behaviour? I'm truly grateful. Now, if you would follow me, the creature is being held in the Hall of the Radiant Host. Wonderful. Next stream is going to be the 6.2 Pandemonium continuation. Yes. Because I think that'll be a couple to a few hours. So that'll be good for its own stream. And then what we can do in that one as well, depending on the length of that part of the raid, we can do some other content as well, like maybe the Shinryu EX, do some other extreme stuff, maybe some savage stuff. We can just like have more of it. We'll have another like group content stream, so we can just run some more activities. I think that'll be good. One of these days I'll get back to role questing. I can do all of the Shadowbringers role quests on the healer now, because my Sage hit 80. The Void sent flowers in your direction, but says nothing. Here it is. Surprisingly docile, even when I captured it. There have been no reports of attacks prior to that. It's a giant eyeball. My first suspicion would be that it's going to be a seemingly innocent and harmless spy with their little eye. Even so, it's the nature of voidsent to prey on people for their ether. Perhaps it bides its time, waiting to carry out some manner of scheme. You. I remember you. Yes, you were at Troya. Please, you must help me. Interesting. You were at the castle. Indeed I was, but I've since fled here. I understand the mortal tongue well enough, but I don't have a mouth to produce the sounds. It's been a struggle to convey my thoughts. But not anymore. You can help me. Yes, you can.
You can converse with the voidsent. Amazing. Could you ask it why it came here? When you and yours stormed the castle, I was caught up in the fighting and died. In time, I returned, but I tire of fighting, so I fled, using the gate to your world. Having just been reborn, however, my essence hadn't fully bound together yet, and so when I emerged from the gate, it was as several sundered selves. Frightened and confused, they scattered. Following their trail led me here. My diminutive size allowed me to remain largely unseen. But by the same token, I can do little more than sneak about. Each of us was weak and powerless. That's why we consumed one another in the first place. Together we were strong. I want you to help me find all of me so that I can be whole again. You wish to strike a bargain then? Yes, I would. To be whole again and live in this world, I would strike 1,000 bargains. Aye, we still remember the past, you see. Still remember when we were mortals. We long to have that life again, but we need your help, starting by reuniting us. We won't try to devour anyone even when we're whole, I swear. You wish to learn more about the Void, yes? There is much we can teach you about those who rule its domains, about their past. Find the others, and they'll tell you all they know. No eating, no tricks. Do we have a bargain? So it crossed over to our world to escape conflict and now searches for the rest of itself. I understand voidsent are quite reliable when it comes to fulfilling a pact, and I dare say having one as an ally would benefit our research into their world. Very well. If you would be so kind as to search for its kin, I will consult my superiors on how best to deal with them. By that, I take it we have a bargain. Good. Good. I sense 4 others close by. When you find them, you need only point them in this direction. Once they sense my presence, I can guide them the rest of the way. Piece together the eyeballs. This is how I walk from now on. Slowly but sure. Okay. Slowly but surely. I arrive. Baby Opoo. Baby. It's one of those things. The only thing he loves more than you is a juicy Sprite apple. Little guy. Everything not nice. Welcome in. Thanks for dropping in. You've changed your username. I recognize that profile picture. Coming in here with an identity change. What's that? I asked you to search for me in exchange for knowledge about powerful voidsent. I was still wanting to see this and that, but I suppose a deal is a deal. I love that it's like, wait, me? I made a deal? To go with you? To another me? Yeah, I knew it was you. I just decided to... I was like, I won't say your name. Maybe you changed it. You don't want to be called your name? You're like, I must hide my identity. I think YouTube does weird username stuff sometimes. But you can change it. But yeah, stream number 100 is huge. It's been a good day. Those men over there, soldiers, are they not? We used to have soldiers in our world, too. There were lots of them during the Contra Memoria. Ah, back from Weaver's warding, are you? I hear you fought well against the voidsent that slipped through. Now I merely did my duty. Haven't we all sworn to protect our nation, no matter the cost? Protect our nation. How familiar those words. Where was it I heard them? Ah, yes. It was the early days of the Contra Memoria. The enemy had conjured a terrible eidolon that laid siege to a fortress. The garrison was made up of ordinary soldiers, men and women with no remarkable abilities, but led by their valiant commander, they fought bravely and desperately. They had to last until the Memoriat arrived, the commander told them. Needed to hold out no matter the cost. A Memoriat did eventually arrive, but not soon enough for the soldiers. Whoa. We got some 13th armor aesthetics. Having struck down the eidolon, the Memoriat and his servants searched the castle for survivors. They found only the dead. This is, I've seen this armor set before. I don't know about this one. Just when they had given up all hope, a faint groaning reached their ears. They rushed over to the sound and cleared away debris. To find a lone survivor, the garrison commander. Instead of joy, however, the sight of the man filled them with anger. Your soldiers are slaughtered to a man, yet there's barely a scratch on you. What's the meaning of this? The eidolon was savage but mindless. It was a simple thing to hide myself beneath fallen debris. I had to have a moment of pause because this dude has my scar and my my markings on his face. He just doesn't have my love heart tattoo. Hide? As commander, you have a duty to your men. You are supposed to put their lives before your own. Spare me! My duty was to ensure the fortress stood, and it did. Besides, my death would have achieved nothing. Honor be damned. No, I'm sworn to protect our nation, and to do that I must live. It isn't my fate to fall here. It isn't your fate, you say? Oh, jeez. Is he nearly unconscious? Sliced him and diced him in 3 different spots. Just unconscious. Come, let us bury the soldiers and their commander with them. Hey, have you ever heard about, you know, knocking someone out with a blunt object and not slicing them to ribbons? Fate shall decide what becomes of him, whether he lives or dies. Very well, my lord. He's like, hey, if you think it's fate, let me put that to the test. Funeral rites were later held for the fallen, but solemn tears quickly gave way to horrified screams as a body emerged from the earth. The commander. I can't die. I must live, the man is said to have declared. The people thought him a demon, a disheveled horror, muttering curses as he wandered off to regions unknown. Oh! Scamlione, they called him, a name befitting his newfound grisly visage, a name befitting a monster. That's why he was of the earth. He was buried We thought we buried him deep, but a mortal's desire to live is not to be underestimated. You're a mortal, so I expect you understand that desire. Well, that concludes my tale. I had best rejoin myself, if you'll excuse me. Are we getting a piece of each? Are we getting information on each of the archfiends? By getting the Wayward Eyes? Wow. Love that it's like, that guy? Yeah, oh yeah, just that guy you just killed. Literally has my facial markings and the scar on the eye that I, like, looked at his face and I went, huh? Hey, that's me! For a sec. He's got my fucking scar in my face. What are the chances? This is a good one to include. So this is where mortals consume ether. Dreading loneliness more than hunger. How very like me. If you don't mind, though, I'd like to observe the mortals a while longer. The food here is simply sublime. Why, I feel stronger with every bite, as if the Murga themselves were granting me their blessing. The food is tasty, that's true enough, but no food is so sublime as to be a substitute for proper training, my friend. Stronger with every bite, every feed. For my part of the bargain, I will tell you about how we voidsent become strong. Simply put, it depends on the quality and quantity of ether we harbor. When the world was consumed by darkness, the heroes, known as memoria, arose as powerful voidsent. In contrast, the vast majority of mortals, powerless and unremarkable as they were, became ordinary voidsent, like me. There were exceptions, of course, but one in particular I'll never forget. Oh, is it just gonna be... It might just be about him. Scanleone. Never had I seen a voidsent so craven. Even when he pushed to the brink of starvation, he would prey only on those weaker than himself. He subsisted on scant leavings and lived in constant fear and hunger. In the face of danger, a voidsent stronger than himself fleeing was the only option. But a day came when he found his way barred. No worries, Pearl. Thank you so much for tuning in. Have a good night. We will catch you next time. How pitiful. Ooh. Such overwhelming ether. Who is this? You fled instead of facing your foe. Why? Why? I'm too weak. Why else? I would have been devoured. So, had you enough strength, you would have stood your ground? Very well, then. What's happening? Yes, I feel it. The power swelling within me. Lo, your foe returns. What have you done to me? I granted you but a sliver of ether. 'Twas with the power you already possessed that you defeated your foe. He bloody tricked him. He's like, ah, look how powerful I'm going to make you. And that's courage. I possessed such power. Fear had clouded your eyes. blinded you to the strength you had attained feeding on the weak. If you would free yourself from fear, then join me. You shall have a greater cause to live for and know true power.
And there's me, little guy in the corner, watching it all. Curious how, in a world without death, the fear of it could be the key to great strength. The knight recognized this, recognized the voidsent's potential, and thus did he take him into his service. Determined as he is to live, it wouldn't surprise me if he were still somewhere out there. He'd be even more powerful now, I expect. From all the devouring he would have done since, unlike your world, eating actually makes you stronger in hours. Well, I must be going now, the others are waiting. Let me squelch on over. But does Golbez have a tiny head, or does he just have really big armor? My other self grows lonely, you say? My apologies, it was my intent to seek out the others, but I was distracted by the bickering pair of mortals yonder. My goodness, there's been some colorful language. It's another one of those moments where it's like, you do a side quest like this, and you're like, this is good stuff. There's some good content in here. And then you think about all the 1 billion side quests in this game, and you're like, what am I missing out on? But then I also probably realized that 99% of them is, can you go and get a package from this house and bring it back to me? But then occasionally you might do one where it's like, and so we're going to give you Scalione's backstory. To hell's with your father. You shouldn't need his permission just to leave the goddamn house. Please mind your language. What would father say if he were to hear you? Oh, it's always father this, father that with you. I'm sick of it. You're your own woman now. Bloody act like one for a change. Colourful language, yes. Not from the girl, though. Oh, no. She appears to be quite well bred. I just hope she's happier than a girl I knew long, long ago. I have a feeling we're about to get... Bocchiacelli. I feel like we're about to get a second backstory. That girl was born into a family of thugs who suddenly found themselves nobility. She was raised as a noblewoman and had servants tending to her every need, but in the end she was merely a beautiful bird kept in a gilded cage. A bird? Wind? Flight? I think so. Wanting her to be a proper lady, her parents presided over all aspects of her life. They decided everything for her, telling her what to say and do. Chafing from the fetters of her restrictive life, she solicited her handmaiden's aid and stole outside the manor, where she enjoyed a moment of bliss unbeknownst to her parents. Or so she thought. It was not long before her father dragged her back to her room, barring the door and windows, denying her even the simple pleasure of an afternoon breeze. Even a bird in a cage may chirp freely, but she wasn't even suffered to give voice to her desires. But she wouldn't be deterred. Having once tasted sweet freedom, she yearned for more, and one day she succeeded in sneaking out of the manor a second time. So it looks like it might be a side quest that gives us information on these two archfiends, and then maybe after dealing with the next two archfiends, another side quest might appear for other things that could tell us about them. That would be cool. You're late. I was beginning to think you wouldn't come.
If you're expecting your friends, I'm afraid they're not coming. Oh no, it's fuck-ass Evil Dead. Evil Dad. The lightning strike. Father, how did you... What do you mean they're not coming? I had known that some miscreants were cavorting in these parts, but to think that they dare try to consort with my daughter... Well, you needn't worry about them anymore. They're food for the fishes now. How could you do this, Father? Why must you torment me so? Know your place, girl. You are a means for our family to gain influence, and I won't have you sullying yourself with riffraff. Oh, yep. There it is. You will not leave your chambers, save my permission, nor will you disobey me again. If you do so, there will be severe consequences. Am I understood? I said, am I understood? To hell. What did you say? I said go to hell! The fucking... You can just see the hatchet, like, embedded in the head. Such a clean kill. No blood to be found. Oh, to think that it could be so exhilarating to speak my mind, to do as I please. No more living in a cage. From this moment on, I am free. Free as the wind! Just that shot of him in the distance. The young woman struck out on her own, and in her travels discovered her true calling, not in the halls of lords and ladies, but on the battlefield. She became a force of nature, famed for her striking beauty, which belied a terrible savagery. And with this new life, she also claimed a new name. Barbaricia. Well, there you go. Indeed, she found her freedom, but did she also find happiness, I wonder? I suppose I'll never know, nor does it matter, for the world that once was is never more. Oh, but goodness me, I had better rejoin the others. Bro drops a traumatic lore bomb on us and says, see ya. I best be off. Got to join the eyes, you see. Hello. The way the sky changes color with the passage of time. It's probably a mundane thing to you, but to me it's a marvel. I dare say I won't soon grow bored of this world. Unexpected Zero appearance in this space? Ah, what a refreshing breeze. I'm to return to the others. Ah, they should come here. Would you look at this beautiful, boundless sky? Mortals take to the air from here, do they not? Would that I had wings to soar among the clouds myself. But we voidsent are not wont to roam, you see. The mightiest among us carve out domains, while the rest labor to stay in their good graces. Now, the master of a domain seldom ventures outside, for it is in one's territory that one is strongest. For some, however, such confinement proved trying, as was the case for a certain voidsent I knew. I speak of the free-spirited terror Barbaricia.
When she first established her domain, she whiled away the days waiting for her minions to bring her prey. The ether amassed from these offerings were devoted to the singular pleasure of caring for her silky, flowing locks, but the resources of her domain were not without their limits. It was only when none remained to oppose her that she realized she was a prisoner in her own domain, and unless she broke free, she would inevitably wither away alone. Not knowing what to do, she had fallen into the depths of despair when the hand of salvation came to pull her out. At this rate, my precious hair will frazzle and fray, had I only the strength to leave my domain. If strength is your desire, that is easily granted. Is he doing the same thing, though? Who are you? Oh! Ah! So much power! Surging through me! And what will you do with it? What is it you desire? What I desire is... Kinda seems like he actually did give her power in comparison to the last one. You would move your very domain. Impressive. That I can do such a thing. What have you done to me? I granted you ether, nothing more. It was your will that made it possible. How interesting. So even like saying, hey, well, boop, is this? Just like that feeling of like a little bit of ether, like placebo effect, they have convinced themselves, they're like, whoa, what is this I'm feeling? But it was just her own will. My will. Even so, no matter where you should go, there is naught but darkness. What could your destination possibly be? Destination. I have no need of such. I wish but to be free like the wind. In a world that has met its end. Rare indeed is the soul who desires freedom so ardently that she could will her very domain to move. Recognizing this quality, the knight would grant her more power and a place of command in his mighty army. A story worthy of our bargain, I trust. I might have had more to tell you had I not fallen off her domain. It seems you mortals have a fondness for flying. I'd certainly like to try riding one of these airships of yours. But perhaps another time. My other selves will be a blubbering mess if I don't hurry and rejoin them. You have found the last of the voidsent. Definitely a very cool side quest. And there they are. The voidsent are all present and accounted for, as long as they remain here. No panic should ensue. Thank you so much for finding me. I hope the knowledge I had to share was worthy of our agreement. More than worthy, I'd say. They told me of Scamilione and Barbaricia. Now it's time for me to tell you I killed them both. My other selves lived quite disparate lives, both as mortals and voidsent, though I suppose it is rather fortuitous that they crossed paths with such powerful voidsent. But more importantly, what they could offer was worthy of our bargain. For that I am glad. All that remains now is for us to rejoin and become whole again. Do I look away? Do you need to go behind something? Huh? Is this not all of me? There can be no other explanation. There is still more of me lost out there somewhere. I don't sense them. Where could they have gone? You mean there's more of them wandering about? By the sisters. At the very least, if what you say is true, they pose no threat to the people. Until the others can be found, we will keep these 5 under our care. Should I sense the others nearby, I hope we can count on you to find them too. I'll take a not so risky gamble and bet that that will be a part 2 side quest about the other 2 archfiends. What do you say? Would you tell us of your recent adventures when you next return? I promise to make it worth your while. Cool. We will have to wait for the next one. What do I mean, part 100? It means in the Final Fantasy XIV playlist, there is 100 episodes so far. And there is plenty more to be done. So that was patch 6.2 and a side quest to cap it off, which was very fun. And we probably have a few other things that we could enjoy doing also. Where are we? It's Thursday. I'll probably do some Wondrous Trails after the stream and get a bit more XP for my Sage. So I'll keep leveling that in the background as I work towards getting my Sage to level 90 and getting to the role quests and stuff like that. So if you're still playing and hanging around, we can do some off-stream leveling, but that'll be today's stream. Completing another patch. Next time we will be doing the Pandemonium Raid. We will be continuing with that, as well as some other group content. So we're going to run some dungeons or raids or trials together, so stick around for some multiplayer stuff. That'll be great. This game is so long because it's an MMO, and we are in the... We're in the 4th expansion, and then there's a 5th expansion after this, and then there's a 6th expansion that's coming out in January. So there's a lot of content. Each expansion is basically its own like full game's worth of content with a full story, and then before the next expansion comes out, there's like significant updates that give more story leading into the next one. So it's an MMO with a lot of story. So each stream has been story focused. There's probably a few streams that might have a bit more fucking around, but yeah, big game. A lot of stuff. That's true. It's like over 12 years of game, plus with the baggage from Final Fantasy XIV 1.0. So, you know, for people that have been playing Final Fantasy XIV since 1.0, that's 16 years. Well, I guess 14 years, because there's a 2-year gap between end of service for 1.0 and then A Realm Reborn in 2014. Yeah, that's 6.2 for today. Thank you so much for joining me, everyone. I appreciate it. Everyone for hanging out for our big 100 stream. I'll be very excited to do some group content in the next one, and we'll see how we go in terms of what we actually work on. Maybe next stream, do some leveling. Maybe? Do I go and pick up Reaper? What do you reckon? Maybe pick it up. See what we do. But yes, we will see you in 101. Thanks for dropping by, Baster. I appreciate the kind words. Till next time, indeed. Thank you so much, everybody. Hope you enjoy the rest of your day, the rest of your evening. and I will see you in the next stream.